The Orc Who Saved Christmas by Celeste King.
In a winter of snow and savagery.
Claire only wanted to show her people the hope of Christmas.
But winter means the orcs come hunting.
And this Christmas they came for Claire.
She can only hope that a beastly orc can deliver her home.
In a world where survival comes first.
Will this orc hand Claire over to the enemies? Or will Thrag help her save Christmas?
And steal her heart in the process.
You know what to do if you want the dirty details. Go to worldsofprotheka.com with code YouTube30 for 30% off the unabridged version of your favorite stories.
Help us keep bringing these free full audiobooks to your playlists by subscribing to the channel, liking this video, and leaving a comment to let us know what you think of this holiday special.
You're listening to Celeste King's The Orc Who Saved Christmas.
Chapter 1. Claire. The firelight dances across Tommy's innocent face as he answers my question about Christmas. His response makes my heart ache with memories of decorated trees and wrapped presents under them. Those days feel like another lifetime now. You're right about the presents, I say, adjusting my worn-out patchwork scarf. But Christmas is also about finding light in the darkest times, like this fire keeping us warm right now. Sarah, a gap-toothed 7-year-old, raises her hand eagerly and blurts out, "My mum says we used to have big feasts and sing songs." "That's right," I say softly, as my fingers brush against the locket at my neck. "We'd gather together, share food, tell stories, just like we're doing now." The wind rattles the makeshift wooden walls of our classroom, and I pull my coat tighter around me. Through the gaps in the planks, I catch glimpses of our settlement's guards making their rounds. "Miss Claire, can we sing a Christmas song?" little Marcus asks. My chest tightens. These children deserve so much more than this cramped room and meagre supplies. But their eyes shine with curiosity and hope, the very things I'm desperate to keep alive. "Of course we can," I say as I clear my throat. "Does anyone remember Silent Night?" A few tentative voices join mine, growing stronger with each verse. The melody mingles with the crackling fire and howling wind, creating a strange harmony that brings unexpected tears to my eyes. I blink them away quickly. "Miss Claire?" Tommy asks. "Will Santa still come even though there's, orcs and stuff?" The other children lean forward, waiting for my answer. My locket feels heavy against my skin. "Santa," I say carefully, "comes in many forms. Sometimes he's the person who shares their last piece of bread, or the friend who gives you their warm blanket on a cold night. That's the real magic of Christmas, finding ways to give even when we have so little." Suddenly, the door bangs open. The smell of smoke from outside mingles with the musty wood of our shelter as Martha storms in, her face pinched with anger. Her boots leave muddy tracks across our worn floor as she marches toward her son. "That's enough of this nonsense," she snaps, grabbing Tommy's arm. "Claire, what are you thinking? Christmas songs, stories, winter's breathing down our necks, and you're filling their heads with fairy tales?" My fingers find my locket again, twisting it as I stand straighter. "They're not just stories, Martha. They're learning history and community," I say firmly. "History won't keep them fed," she mutters as she yanks Tommy to his feet. "Come on, there's wood to be gathered before the storm hits." One by one, the other parents appear in the doorway, summoned by Martha's commotion. They shuffle in with apologetic glances, collecting their children. My carefully cultivated atmosphere of warmth and learning crumbles with each departure. "The children need more than just survival skills," I say, but my voice catches as Sarah's father leads her away. "They need hope." Martha's laugh is as bitter as winter frost. "Hope won't protect them from raiders or feed them through winter. Tommy needs to learn real skills," she says. The last child files out, leaving only the dying fire and the howling wind for company. I force a smile, though my chest aches with each retreating footstep. Their excitement dims like the embers in our hearth, replaced by the heaviness of our harsh reality. "We'll continue tomorrow," I call after them, but the words feel hollow in the empty room. The sun soon dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the wooden floor of our makeshift schoolroom. I'm tidying up the scattered slates and chalk when the village leader Vincent appears in the doorway. His face, usually so stern, is lined with a worry that seems to deepen with each passing day. "Don't let it get to you, Claire," he says, stepping inside. His voice is low but kind. "Your lessons give the children hope. That's not something we can afford to lose." I nod. "But hope doesn't fill empty stomachs," I reply, the words sour on my tongue. Vincent sighs, his breath visible in the chilling air. "No, but it keeps us going. Still, we need to focus. Supplies are running low. We'll need to send out more people to scavenge. Some of the children must help," he says. My heart clenches at the thought. The children are our future, but they are also our most vulnerable. I can't bear the thought of them out there in the cold and danger. I square my shoulders, meeting his gaze with a resolve that surprises even me. "I'll go," I say, the decision making my pulse quicken. I want to protect them, to shield them from the harsh realities of our world for as long as I can. Vincent's brows furrow, a storm brewing in his eyes. "Claire," he starts, but I cut him off. "I have my ways of surviving out there," I insist, thinking of the countless hours I've spent studying the land, learning which roots are edible, which berries will nourish rather than poison. "I can do this." He studies me for a long moment, then nods, acquiescing to the determination etched on my face. "All right," he concedes, "but take every precaution. We can't lose you." I offer him a small, grateful smile, then turn to gather my things. The room feels smaller somehow, the walls closing in with the enormity of what lies ahead. I pull my heavy coat as tight as I can around me, wrap my scarf snugly around my neck, and lace up my boots firmly. Each action is a silent vow to return with something to sustain us. As I step out into the biting cold, the door closing behind me with a solid thud, I take a deep breath. The air is sharp, slicing through my lungs like a knife. I can see my breath forming little clouds in front of me, dissipating almost as quickly as they appear.
Chapter 2. Thrag. Snow crunches beneath my heavy boots as I trudge through the wilderness, my breath a plume of mist in the freezing air. The weight of my axe is a familiar comfort against my back. The cold wind bites at my scarred face, but it's nothing compared to the chill of solitude that settled within me. I mutter to myself, a low growl that's swallowed by the howling gale. "Weak," I say, the word tasting like ash. I couldn't protect them. Memories of my clan flash before my eyes. My brother's laugh, my sister's playful shoves, my chieftain's proud gaze. They're all gone, wiped out by the treachery of our own kind. I ball my hand into a fist at my side. The trees around me are bare. Their skeletal limbs reach up to a sky that's the color of slate. I've been on my own for what feels like an eternity, ever since the last of my kin fell. I can't forgive myself for surviving when they didn't. I'm a warrior without a cause, a leader with no one to lead. As the light begins to wane, I find a spot to set up camp for the night. There, hidden and protected from the elements, is a small cavern. I'm about to start gathering wood when I spot it, a faint glow in the distance, barely visible through the thickening snowfall. Curiosity piques my interest, and I move in closer. Below me, nestled in a valley, is a human settlement. The buildings are crude, made of wood and stone, with smoke spiraling from their chimneys. Humans, with their fragile bodies and soft lives, have never held much interest for me. They're weak, or so I've been taught. Yet, as I watch them scurry about, preparing for the winter, I can't help but feel a spark of Something. Admiration? Pity? I shake my head, disgusted with myself. The wind cuts through the forest like a blade, and I welcome its bite. It's a reminder that the world is a harsh place, one that doesn't forgive weakness. I've seen enough of it, watched enough of my kin fall to know that survival is a privilege, not a right. I turn my attention away from the human village when I spot movement out of the corner of my eye. It's a deer grazing in the nearby trees. Its graceful movements belie the harsh reality. It's as much a survivor as I am. I ready my axe. My muscles tense, ready to strike. But then a sound carries through the trees, a sound so out of place it stops me in my tracks. Laughter. Human laughter. I follow the sound, my footsteps silent despite the crunch of snow underfoot. Through the trees I spot them, 2 human children playing near the forest's edge. They're oblivious to the danger that lurks in the shadows. Their laughter is a stark contrast to the silence of the wilderness. I should turn away. Humans are nothing but trouble. Yet, I find myself watching them, their joy infectious even to a hardened warrior like me. That's when I hear it, a low growl of a predator on the prowl. It's a wolf, its eyes set on the unsuspecting children. Without a second thought, I'm moving, my body propelling forward with a speed that belies my size. The wolf lunges at them, its fangs bared, but it's no match for my axe. The blow is swift and lethal, and the wolf collapses at my feet. The children stare at me, their eyes wide with terror. One starts to cry, but the other steps forward. His fear gives way to something else. Curiosity, perhaps, or wonder. "Santa," the boy whispers, his voice trembling. I scowl, the word meaningless to me. "What's a Santa?" I grumble. The children exchange glances before the older one speaks up. "Claire, our teacher said Santa is the spirit of Christmas. He brings gifts to children who are kind and nice." I scratch my head, utterly baffled. "Santa," I mutter, the word foreign on my tongue. I grunt and nudge the wolf carcass toward them with my boot. "Take it, eat." Their faces light up, gratitude shining in their eyes. "We'll tell everyone Santa gave us food to help us get through winter," the boy says, as they start dragging the animal back toward their settlement. I watch them go, their laughter fading into the distance. "Santa," I say again, shaking my head in disbelief. As I turn and continue on my way, I can't shake the feeling of uncertainty. These humans, with their talk of Santa and Christmas, are different from what I've been taught. They have hope, a belief in something greater than themselves. And for a moment, just a moment, I wonder what it would be like to be a part of something like that. But I push the thought away. I'm a warrior. I have no place in their world, just as they have no place in mine. Yet, as the first stars of the evening begin to twinkle in the sky, I can't help but feel a strange connection to those children, to their laughter and their talk of Santa. I circle back toward the human settlement, drawn by an inexplicable urge. The children's words about this Claire nag at my thoughts. What kind of teacher fills young minds with tales of gift-giving spirits when winter threatens to kill them all? Through the trees, I spot a figure moving through the snow. The way they move catches my attention. Purposeful, determined, different from the scurrying I usually see from humans. "That must be her," I mutter aloud, watching from my hidden position. "The one who teaches about Santa." I snort at the ridiculous word, but something keeps me from turning away. But then the figure disappears into the tree line, a teacher wandering around in these woods, either very brave or very stupid. Maybe both. Without another passing thought, I head back to my camp.
Chapter 3. Claire. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I lead the small band of women from our settlement. We venture deep into the forest to gather the necessary herbs by the river. My breath mists in the frigid air as I soon crouch by the half-frozen river. My fingers brush against clusters of moonshade mushrooms nestled in the damp earth. Their silvery caps peek through patches of moss on the rocky ledges. The earthy scent of moss and decay fills my nostrils, grounding me in the present moment. But I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Glancing over my shoulder, I ensure the other women are nearby, their baskets slowly filling with the bounty of the forest. A sudden guttural roar shatters the quiet. My heart lodges in my throat as I spin around, locking eyes with one of the orcs emerging from the shadows of the trees. His hulking form blocks out what little sunlight manages to pierce the gloom. Panic surges through me, adrenaline lending speed to my limbs as I grab my basket and run. The forest becomes a blur of bark and branch as I weave through the trees, the screams of the other women echoing in my ears. I'm no stranger to fear, but this is pure terror. A root catches my foot, and I go down hard, the breath knocked from my lungs. Before I can scramble to my feet, a massive hand grips my arm, the touch like ice through my coat. "Quiet!" The orc snarls, his breath hot and rancid against my skin. His grip tightens, the threat clear in his eyes. "Or it'll be the last sound you ever make." I'm soon dragged through the underbrush, my struggles earning me nothing but a sharper pain in my arm. The orc camp comes into view, a makeshift ring of filthy furs and the skeletal remains of whatever they've managed to hunt. Other women from our group are already here, their eyes wide with fear. They chain me to the others, my heart pounding wildly as I test the strength of the rust-worn bonds. As I sit there, the reality of our situation sinks in. We're captives, pawns in a game we never asked to play. I glance at the women beside me. Their faces are a mixture of despair and defiance, but I refuse to let fear consume me. I have to get out of here, for their sakes as much as my own. I lean in closer to the woman chained next to me, her eyes darting nervously to the orcs pacing around the camp. "We need to find a way to escape," I whisper, my voice barely audible. She nods, her gaze flickering to the orc guarding us. "They won't keep us alive for long," she murmurs back. "We have to act soon." I clench my jaw, my mind racing with potential plans. I have to be strong, not just for myself, but for the other women. Later that night, the firelight flickers across the faces of the orcs, casting their grotesque features into sharper focus. Their drunken laughter grates against my raw nerves as I work at the rusty old chains. My fingers ache with the cold, the metal biting into my skin, but the thought of freedom fuels my determination. A snap soon echoes in my ears, and the eroded manacle falls away with a thud that seems too loud in the noisiness of their revelry. I glance at the other women, their eyes wide with fear and a flicker of something that looks like hope. "We have to go," I whisper urgently, my voice barely above a breath. "Now, while they're distracted." But they don't move, rooted to the spot by terror. "They'll catch us," one of them whispers back, her voice trembling. "They'll kill us." Frustration and desperation war within me. I can't force them to come. I can't carry them all on my back. "Please," I beg, tears stinging my eyes. "We can't stay here." Their silence is my answer. I swallow hard, my throat tight with unshed tears. I can't save them if they won't save themselves. With a final, lingering look, I slip away into the darkness, the icy air searing my lungs. I've barely made it to the edge of the camp when the roar of an orc rips through the night. My heart leaps into my throat as I break into a run, the crunch of snow beneath my boots thunderous in my ears. I dare not look back, knowing full well what I'll see, the enraged faces of my captors as they give chase. The forest is a labyrinth of shadows and trees, and I navigate it by memory and sheer will. Branches whip at my face, leaving stinging trails across my cheeks, but I don't slow down. I can't slow down. Behind me, the orcs bellow, their heavy footfalls growing ever closer. I burst through a thicket of brambles, and my coat snags on the thorns. I tear it free, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The locket around my neck bounces against my chest, a constant reminder of the life I'm fighting for. The pursuit is relentless. Their snarls echo off the trees behind me. I push myself harder, my legs burning with the effort. I can't outrun them. I know that, but I can outsmart them. I veer sharply to the right. My boots skid on a patch of ice, but I manage to stay upright. I can hear them now, their laboured breaths and the crunch of snow growing louder with every passing second. Darting behind a stand of pines, I press my back against the rough bark. My heart pounds like a drum in my chest. I close my eyes, willing my body to become one with the forest, to blend into the night. The orcs rush past my hiding spot, their movements clumsy and loud. I hold my breath and count to 10 before I dare to move again.
Chapter 4. Thrag. The rhythmic scrape of steel against stone fills my cavernous temporary hideaway. I sharpen my axe diligently, its edge glinting in the dim light. But the distant roar of orcs, a sound I've long tried to forget, cuts through my solitude, sending a jolt of unease through me. I step outside. The chill of the night air bites against my skin. From my vantage point atop a snow-dusted slope, I see the chaos unfolding below. A human female is sprinting for her life, pursued by 2 of my kind. She stumbles, falls, but finds her footing again, a testament to her will to live. My grip tightens around the hilt of my axe. I should turn away. Humans and their problems are not my concern. But as her scream pierces the silence, ripping through the frigid air, it echoes with the ghostly wails of my sisters. The past with all its bloody hues floods back to me. A tide of memories I can't escape. Damn you! I growl under my breath, the words forming a cloud of mist that dissipates into the night. I take a step back, ready to retreat into the shadows of my cave, but something anchors me in place. The sight of the orcs grabbing her, her desperate struggles, the sound of her defiance. It's a scene etched in my mind, a dark reminder of my own failures. I watch, frozen, as they start to drag her away. Her continuous screams stir something within me, a primal urge to act, to protect. But I've walked that path before, and it led only to ruin. With a snarl of frustration, I turn back to my cave. I can't save everyone. I couldn't even save my own clan. But as I start to retreat into the darkness, the echo of her screams linger, a siren call that I can't ignore. With a final glance at the darkness within my cavern, I make my decision. Time to remind them why they fear the night, I say, my voice a low rumble that matches the growing resolve within me. A low growl rumbles in my chest, an ancient reflex I can't suppress. With a snarl, I leap and roll down the massive slope, landing in a crouch before the orcs. The first one barely has time to register my presence before my axe finds its mark. The blade cuts through him with a wet squelch, and a spray of hot blood paints the snow crimson. He crumples to the ground, life fleeing his eyes. The woman gapes at me, her eyes wide with shock. The second orc roars in fury, tossing her aside like a rag doll. She hits the ground with a dull thud. I square off against the remaining orc, our weapons clashing in a deadly dance. "You're a dead orc, traitor!" he spits, his eyes burning with hatred. "Then come and claim my head!" I retort, my voice a low growl. We clash, axe against axe, the ring of steel echoing through the night. He's strong, but I'm fueled by a raw fury that's been simmering for years. I parry his blows, each one jarring my bones, and then I strike back with deadly precision. "The Icefang clan will destroy you," he snarls, trying to throw me off balance. "And the woman, she'll wish for death long before we're through with her." His words are meant to incite fear, but they only fan the flames of my resolve. I drive my axe deep into his side, feeling it bite into his flesh. With a final guttural roar, I twist the blade, and he collapses at my feet, his lifeblood seeping into the snow. I stand over him, my chest heaving. The taste of victory mingles with the coppery tang of blood in the air. I turn to the woman, who stares at me with a mixture of fear and awe. Her face is pale, her body trembling from the cold, or perhaps from the shock of what she's just witnessed. Blood drips from my axe, pattering softly onto the snow. I meet her gaze, my amber eyes locking with her wide brown ones. For a brief moment, we're the only two beings in this vast frozen wilderness. Without a word, I turn and begin to walk away. I've done what I set out to do. I've saved her life. Now, I need to put distance between us to return to the solitude that has been my only companion for so long. "Wait!" she cries. Her voice is weak, but it carries in the stillness of the night. "Mr. Orc? Can I follow you?" I pause, my back to her. My shoulders tense, and I can feel the force of her gaze on me. I'm not used to being followed, to being needed. I'm a lone wolf, a solitary figure in a world that has turned its back on me. I grunt in response, neither an invitation nor a rejection. She takes it as a sign to approach, her steps hesitant, her breath coming out in ragged puffs. We soon walk in silence, the only sounds the crunch of our footsteps on the snow and the distant howl of a winter wind. I can sense her fear, her uncertainty, but there's something else there too, a spark of determination that I can't help but respect. As we move deeper into the night, the woman stumbles after me, her body pushing past the limits of exhaustion. I could leave her behind, but I find myself slowing my normal pace, allowing her to keep up. I tell myself it's because I don't want her falling prey to some other beast, but deep down I know it's more than that. The night closes in around us, a shroud of darkness pierced only by the twinkling of distant stars. I lead her through the wilderness, my instincts guiding us away from the dangers that lurk in the shadows. She follows without question, her trust in me a heavy burden to bear.
Chapter 5. Glare. The darkness of the forest presses in around me. My breath comes out in misty clouds, the cold seeping through my layers of worn clothing. I'm following a massive orc, a creature of nightmares, deeper into the wilderness, away from the relative safety of my settlement. I can't shake the irony of it all. "I really hope you know where you're going," I say, my voice a weak echo in the vast expanse of trees. The orc doesn't respond, his heavy boots leaving deep impressions in the snow. I hurry to keep up, my legs aching with the effort. "Because I sure don't," I add, partly to fill the silence, partly because I'm terrified of being lost and alone forever. He stops abruptly, and I nearly crash into him. He turns, his amber eyes glinting in the moonlight that filters through the canopy. "Quiet," he growls, the single word vibrating with an authority I can't ignore. I nod, chastened, and we continue in silence. The trees creak and groan around us. Their icy branches sway in a wind that seems to grow colder by the minute. I clutch my arms tighter, trying to ward off the chill that seems to have settled into my bones. As we walk, I find myself staring at his back, at the way his muscles ripple beneath his armour. There's a grace to his movements that's at odds with his monstrous size. "You're not what I expected," I blurt out, then immediately regret my words. What was I thinking, provoking a creature that could snap me in half without breaking a sweat? But he doesn't react aggressively. Instead, he glances over his shoulder, a flicker of curiosity, or maybe it's confusion, crossing his features. He doesn't respond, and we lapse into silence once more. The moon hangs heavy in the sky, its light casting an eerie glow on the landscape. I can't tell how long we've been walking, but my feet are numb, and my eyelids are growing heavy. The cold bites at my cheeks as I scramble to keep pace with the orc striding ahead. My breath comes in ragged puffs, but I can't help but nervously ramble, words tumbling from my lips like a stream overflowing its banks. "Really, I can't thank you enough," I say, my voice a thread of sound against the vastness of the night. Back there with those orcs, I thought that was it for me. But you just appeared out of nowhere. He doesn't break stride, his heavy boots crunching through the snow with an unyielding rhythm. The silence stretches between us, as vast and forbidding as the frozen landscape. I quicken my pace, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. I'm Claire, by the way, I continue, desperate to fill the void. I live in a settlement not far from here, or at least I thought I knew this land like the back of my hand, but after tonight... His silence is a wall, impenetrable and daunting. I'm talking to myself, but I can't seem to stop. I tell him about the settlement, about the children and their wide-eyed wonder during our lessons. I speak of hope and humanity, of the threads that bind us together in the face of adversity. Suddenly, my boots slip on a patch of ice, and I stumble, landing hard on my knees. Pain lances up my legs, a stark reminder of my vulnerability. Ouch! I wince, trying to push myself up, but the slick ground betrays me. He stops, his glowing amber eyes narrowing as he turns to watch me struggle. His presence is an overwhelming force. I expect a command, a gruff dismissal of my clumsiness, but instead his massive hand curls around my arm with surprising gentleness. "Keep up," he says, his voice a low rumble. "It's dangerous here at night. By the way, my name's Thrag." I blink up at him, startled by the concern laced within his stern warning. Thank you, Thrag." Again, I mutter nervously. My cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and gratitude as he pulls me to my feet with ease. We resume our trek up a winding slope. I can't help but steal glances at him as we walk. His scars are a map of his past, each line evidence of battles fought and survived. There's a nobility in the set of his jaw, a quiet strength that sets him apart from the orcs I've known. When we finally reach the top of the slope, the wind howls around us. He points to a small cave a short distance away, its entrance a dark moor against the pale expanse of rock and snow. "There," he says, and I nod, relief washing over me like a wave. The cave promises shelter, a respite from the relentless cold. As we approach the cave, I notice the way his body tenses, his eyes scanning the surroundings with predatory precision. He's a warrior, honed by conflict and shaped by loss, I'm guessing. Yet, there's a weariness in his gaze, a hint of the burdens he must carry. Inside the cave, the air is cool and still. He starts a fire with practiced ease, the flames casting a warm glow on the rough stone walls. I huddle close to the fire, grateful for its heat. "You're not like the others, are you?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. He grunts, his attention focused on the fire. "I am an orc," he rumbles. "Yes, but you're different. You saved me when you didn't have to," I say softly. He turns to look at me, his amber eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Maybe I'm just tired of seeing death," he growls. His words hang in the air, a stark admission of his own inner turmoil. I realise then that he is a mystery wrapped in a riddle, a being caught between two worlds. And as the fire crackles and the night deepens, I find myself wanting to understand the enigma that he is. My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
This is Delia. Starting price is 3 ducats.
You will wed soon and restore the Enoch family name.
Okay. I'll lower it down even more. 2 ducats. Who wants to buy Delia for 2 ducats?
She is my mate. Destiny has foretold it.
You don't know anything about me, and you want me to marry you?
You're nothing but a human toy to be used and discarded.
Hold on. How about 1 ducat? Does anyone want her?
A gilded cage is still a cage.
6 ducats. 6 ducats for Delia. I'll give you revenge on your parents if you marry me.
Okay, I'll marry you.
Godhood is mine for the taking. Chapter 6. Thrag. The fire in my cave crackles and spits, casting an erratic glow on the walls. I gesture to the pile of furs that serves as my bed, the closest thing to comfort I've allowed myself in some time. Go, I tell her, my voice a low rumble. Use this water for cleaning. I hand her the pot near the fire, the steam rising in thin, wispy trails. She nods as she grabs the pot, her warm brown eyes meeting mine for a fleeting moment, before she quickly looks away. The tension in the cave is as tangible as the cold seeping in from the night outside. She carries the pot over to the bed, and I turn my back to her, granting her a semblance of privacy. The silence is punctuated only by the occasional hiss of water against heated stone. As she tends to herself, I lean against the cave wall, my gaze lost in the undulating dance of the flames. Memories I've long kept buried resurface unbidden. My sister's laughter, the way they would chide me for tracking mud into our dwelling. I remember their faces, full of life and mirth, now just ghostly apparitions in my mind. Sound of water being poured snaps me back to the present. My jaw clenches, and I resist the urge to look over my shoulder. This human, so unlike the orcs I've known, so unlike anyone I've allowed myself to be close to since the fall of my clan, is disturbingly close. Her scent, floral and faint, teases my senses. I'm done, she says, her voice a tentative whisper that seems too loud in the stillness of the cave. I turn to face her, and my heart, the muscle I thought had hardened beyond such weaknesses, lurches unexpectedly. She's dressed in one of my spare tunics, the fabric hanging loose on her slender frame, the hem brushing against the tops of her boots. Her auburn hair, damp and darkened, clings to her face in loose tendrils. "Why are you wearing that?" I ask, the harshness in my tone surprising even me. She tugs self-consciously at the fabric, her eyes downcast, and replies softly, "I thought you left it for me. If it's a problem, I can—" "Keep it," I interrupt, the sharpness of my words belying the strange jumble of emotions roiling within me. I turn back to the fire, the flames no match for the heat rising in my cheeks. We sit in silence for a while, the only sound the occasional pop from the fire and the distant howl of the wind. I can feel her gaze on me, like the weight of a physical touch, and it unnerves me. I'm not used to such scrutiny, especially not from a human, least of all one who wears my clothes and occupies my space as if she belongs here. "Thank you, Thrag," she says softly, the sound of my name on her lips both foreign and oddly comforting. I grunt in response, not trusting myself to speak. This human, Claire, is a puzzle I haven't yet figured out how to solve. She's unlike any creature I've encountered before, resilient, resourceful, and far too trusting for her own good. As the night deepens, I find myself acutely aware of her presence. She moves to sit closer to the fire, the light playing across her features, highlighting the scars that mark her as a survivor, much like myself. "You're welcome here for the night," I say, the words leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. I'm not accustomed to playing host, especially not to someone who represents everything I've been taught to distrust. "I appreciate that, Thrag," she replies softly. We return to a comfortable silence for several moments. She sits close by the fire, her hands clasped together, her eyes alight with curiosity as she surveys my cave. "Do all orcs live in caves?" she asks, her tone light. "Or is this just your thing?" I grunt, the sound rumbling from deep within my chest. The truth is, I've never given much thought to where I lay my head at night. A cave, a clearing. It matters little when you're always on the move, always looking over your shoulder. "No," I say finally. my voice a low growl. Her questions make me uneasy. I'm not used to sharing my space, let alone my thoughts. But there's something disarming about her chatter. It fills the silence that has haunted me for months. You talk a lot, I say, my voice gruffer than intended. Her face falls, a flicker of hurt passing over her features before she masks it with a shrug. Sorry, I didn't mean to annoy you, she says quietly. I shift uncomfortably, the weight of my axe a familiar presence at my side. I'm just not used to company, I mutter, surprised by my own admission. This woman, with her endless questions and her relentless optimism, is slowly chipping away at the walls I've built around myself. Her stomach growls, the sound echoing off the stone walls of the cave. Without a word, I rise and retrieve a handful of fresh fruit from my supplies, a rare find in this frozen wasteland. I extend the food to her, my movements grudging, as if I'm not entirely comfortable with this act of kindness. Eat, then sleep, I command, my tone leaving no room for argument. She smiles, a small, genuine smile that catches me off guard. Thank you, Thrag, for everything, she says, her voice filled with gratitude. I don't respond, but as she eats, I watch her from the corner of my eye. Her presence shouldn't be a comfort, yet I find myself strangely at ease. The cave grows quiet, save for the occasional snap from the fire. Claire finishes her meal and curls up near the warmth, her eyes fluttering closed. I watch her sleep, her chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm, and I can't help but feel a strange sense of protectiveness toward her.
Chapter 7. Claire. The cavern's ceiling looms above me, craggy and indifferent. Thrag is over against the nearby wall, his chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. The fire has dwindled to a soft murmur, its glow dancing across the planes of his face, softening the harshness of his scars. I can't tear my eyes away from the jagged line that mars his throat, a brutal testament to a life steeped in violence. I wonder how many times he's stared death in the face and emerged unbroken. He's a walking contradiction, this orc, fierce and oddly gentle all at once. I've taken his bed, I whisper to myself, the guilt gnawing at me. It's a ridiculous thing to fret over, given the circumstances, but I can't shake the feeling that I've wronged him somehow. I shift on the furs, the rustle of their movement breaking the stillness. Thrag doesn't stir. His features are relaxed in sleep, a stark difference from the perpetual scowl that seems etched upon his brow when awake. How do you do it? I murmur into the quiet. How do you carry on alone? The question hangs unanswered, lost in the shadows that play upon the cave walls. I know that orcs are social creatures, pack animals ruled by the strength of their clans. Thrag, though, is a lone wolf, severed somehow from the ties that bind his kind. The thought sends a pang of sympathy through me. I draw my knees to my chest, hugging them tightly. The tunic he gave me is oversized, the fabric pooling around my body like a protective cocoon. It smells faintly of him, pine and earth. It's oddly comforting, in a way I never would have expected from an orc. I should be afraid, I tell myself. He's a monster, isn't he? That's what they've always said. But as I watch him sleep, the word monster feels like a poor fit for him. He saved me. He shared his food and his fire and offered me shelter in a world that's grown increasingly hostile. My eyelids grow heavy once more, and I let them fall shut. As I drift off to sleep, I can't help but feel safer than I have in a long while. In the haze of sleep, I dream of Thrag's scarred hands moving with a gentleness along my arm, of his voice, gruff and low, offering words of reassurance. I dream of the impossible, a future where fear and uncertainty aren't constants, where an orc and a human might find common ground. Morning light slices through the gloom of Thrag's cave, casting everything in a stark golden hue. I stir from my fitful sleep, the scent of pine and cold stone heavy in the air. Thrag is already up, a dark silhouette etched against the daylight that spills through the cave's entrance. "The sun is up," he announces, his voice a low rumble, like distant thunder. "You should leave." I bite my lip, the taste of copper flooding my mouth. My gaze flits across the snow-blanketed landscape outside, the chill seeping into my bones. "I don't know how to get back to my settlement from here," I admit, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'm lost." I step forward, the crunch of my boots on the cave floor echoing in the silence. "Can you help me? Please?" I ask. My plea hangs in the air, fragile and desperate. Thrag shakes his head, his amber eyes hardening like resin. "I have my own problems. Winter is coming. I need supplies," he rumbles in a low voice. I swallow the lump that forms in my throat, the urge to fidget with my locket nearly overwhelming. "I can stay and help you for a while," I offer quickly, the words tumbling from my lips in a rush. "I'm good at foraging and cooking." I pause, my heart pounding against my ribcage. "Please." He turns away, his jaw clenched tight. "Go. It's safer for you back at your settlement," he growls firmly. The finality in his tone sends a pang of sorrow through me. I nod, understanding that his decision is as much for my safety as it is for his solitude. With a heavy heart, I trudge out into the snow, my shoulders slumped under the burden of my own helplessness. The snow crunches beneath my boots as I walk, each step forming a crater in the pristine white blanket that covers the ground. I can't shake the feeling of Thrag's eyes on my back, watching me until I disappear from view. I walk for hours, or maybe it's days. Time seems to stretch and warp in the vast expanse of the wilderness. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows that dance across the snow-dusted trees. A sudden, haunting melody pierces the silence, the distant howl of wolves. My blood runs cold, and I freeze in my tracks, my breath coming out in short, ragged puffs. I turn slowly, my eyes scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. There, on the crest of a snowy hill, a pack of wolves emerges, their fur bristling against the biting cold. Their eyes are sharp, fixated on me with an eerie intensity. My heart hammers against my ribcage, a frantic drumbeat that echoes in my ears. I back away slowly, my mind racing with panic. "Think, Claire," I whisper to myself, my breath forming a misty cloud in the frigid air. "What would Thrag do?" I glance around, searching for something, anything I can use as a weapon. My hand closes around a sturdy branch half buried in the snow. I grip it tightly, the bark rough against my palms. The wolves advance, their movements fluid and sinister. I brandish the branch, my eyes darting between the snarling beasts. "Stay back!" I shout, my voice echoing through the forest. They keep coming, their growls growing louder with each passing second. I swing the branch wildly, trying to keep them at bay, but I know it's only a matter of time before they overwhelm me.
Chapter 8. Thrag. The cold wind claws at my face as I stand at the mouth of my cave. I watch Claire as she trudges through the snow, her steps uncertain and faltering. She could die out there, I mutter to myself, my jaw tightening as I grip my axe. The weapon feels heavy in my hand, not my problem. But the words taste like ash in my mouth. I've seen enough death to last a dozen lifetimes. I've watched my family butchered, my clan scattered to the winds. I tell myself I'm better off alone, that the pain of loss is a burden no one should bear. Yet, as I watch Claire disappear into the wide expanse, something within me stirs, a flicker of something I can't quite name. Without conscious thought, my feet move, carrying me forward into the biting cold. I follow her at a distance, my massive frame swallowed by the dense woods. I'm just making sure she gets back to her settlement, I tell myself. That's all. The lies come easily, but they do nothing to quiet the pounding of my heart. I've spent months wandering these lands alone, shunning the company of others. And yet here I am, trailing behind a human female like some love-struck pup. The thought makes me snort in derision. Claire stumbles, her arms flailing as she tries to regain her balance. She's vulnerable, exposed, a stark contrast to the strength and resilience she showed back at the cave. Humans are weak, I whisper to the wind, trying to convince myself. She'll find her way back, or she won't. But the words feel hollow, and with each step I take, the truth becomes harder to ignore. I'm not following her because I owe her anything. I'm not doing it out of some misguided sense of duty. No, there's something about Claire that draws me to her, something beyond her frailty and the strange, soft light in her eyes. I keep my distance, my footsteps muffled by the snow. The forest is alive with sounds, the creak of branches, the distant call of a snow owl. But I tune them out, focusing solely on Claire. She pauses, her body tensing as she looks around. Then I hear it, the unmistakable howl of a winter wolf, its cry echoing through the frozen landscape. My blood runs cold, and without a second thought, I break into a run, my axe at the ready. Claire turns, her eyes wide with terror as she spots the pack of wolves emerging from the tree line. They're lean and hungry, their yellow eyes fixed on their prey. "Stay back!" she shouts, brandishing a branch like a sword. But her voice wavers, and I know she won't last long on her own. The wolves circle Claire, their growls a low, menacing rumble that sets my teeth on edge. She screams, scrambling backward. I can't let her die. With a roar that shakes the snow from the branches above, I lunge forward. My axe sings through the air. The first wolf barely has time to register my presence before the blade bites into its flank, spraying crimson across the pristine white. The pack turns on me, snapping and snarling, but I am fury incarnate. A wolf lunges, its jaws clamping around my arm. Pain flares, bright and hot, but I refuse to yield. With a snarl of my own, I wrench the beast free and hurl it to the ground with enough force to crack the ice beneath. My axe descends, silencing its growls forever. Claire, wide-eyed and trembling, swings a heavy branch at another wolf. "Stay back," she shouts again, her voice surprisingly strong. The remaining wolves, wise enough to recognize defeat, slink back into the forest. I lean on my axe, the adrenaline beginning to ebb, leaving only the biting chill of the wind and the throbbing ache in my arm. Claire rushes to my side, her hands fluttering over the wound. "You're hurt," she cries. I pull away instinctively, but her determined gaze holds me in place. "It's nothing," I growl, trying to convince myself as much as her. She insists we return to the cave, half dragging me despite her smaller size. "You're more stubborn than a mountain troll," I mutter, but there's no real heat behind the words. Once we return and are inside the cave, she rummages through my supplies with the efficiency of someone well acquainted with hardship. Her hands move deftly as she prepares a poultice, her brow furrowed in concentration. "You're lucky I know a thing or two about healing," she says. "What were you thinking, running after wolves like that?" I watch her, confusion warring with the strange warmth that spreads through my chest at her concern. "You worry too much," I reply. She looks up at me, her eyes bright with unshed tears, and says, "Of course I worry. You saved my life, again. The least I can do is care about yours." Her words hang in the air between us, and I find myself at a loss for a response. No one has worried about me since... I can't even remember. I'm an orc, a former warrior. Self-sufficiency is in my blood. And yet, here is this human woman, fretting over me as if I matter. After she finishes tending to my wound, I stand up, the cave suddenly feeling too small. "I'll take you back to your settlement," I say. Her face lights up, the fatigue and fear momentarily forgotten. "Thank you, Thrag," she says, her smile radiant. You're amazing." I grunt in response, feeling a flush creep up my neck. Her gratitude is unsettling, and the way she holds onto my arm, her body so close to mine, sends my heart pounding wildly. "We'll leave tomorrow," I say, my voice steadier than I feel. "We need to prepare." I abruptly step out into the cold, leaving Claire behind in the warmth of the fire. The snow crunches beneath my boots, the sound a welcome distraction from the tumultuous thoughts swirling in my mind. What is this strange feeling that claws at my insides whenever I look at her?
Chapter 9. Claire. The dawn's pale light seeps through the canopy of snow-laden trees. Thrag and I set off for my settlement. Our breaths crystallize immediately in the frigid air. I pull my scarf tighter around my face, the cold seeping through my layers of clothing. "My settlement can't be that far, right?" I ask, my voice hopeful as I glance over at Thrag. He strides beside me, his large form cutting a path through the snow. He grunts in response, his amber eyes scanning the horizon. "Depends on how far you wandered," he says. We press onward, the snow crunching beneath our boots. The sky above us is a canvas of swirling greys. The first flakes of a brewing storm begin to fall. I can't help but feel a twinge of despair as we find only the tracks of animals and not humans. Thrag seems unperturbed. His gaze is focused and unyielding. "Don't worry," he assures me, his voice cutting through the silence. "As long as we keep moving and the snow doesn't get too thick, we'll find your people." I nod and force a smile. The burden of our journey bears down on me, but I refuse to let it show. Instead, I try to lighten the mood with conversation. "You know," I say, my smile growing, "for someone who doesn't talk much, you're surprisingly good company." Thrag glances at me, his expression unreadable. "I'm not here for company," he retorts gruffly. "I'm here to protect you." His words spark a warmness in me, despite the bitter cold outside. There's something comforting about his presence, his unwavering determination to keep me safe. It's a feeling I'm not entirely used to, but one I find myself growing fond of. We stop to rest, and I rummage through Thrag's supplies. Inside his pouch, I find a few strips of dried meat and a small selection of herbs, thyme, perhaps, and some wild mint. "Do you ever season your food?" I ask, wrinkling my nose as I inspect the bland fare. Thrag raises an eyebrow, his large hand reaching for a piece of the dried meat. "Food is food," he says, his voice carrying a note of confusion. I chuckle, shaking my head as I pluck a few sprigs of thyme. "Here, let me show you something," I say, crushing the herbs between my fingers, releasing their fragrant aroma. "Trust me, you'll thank me later." With a bit of water from our flasks, I mix the herbs into the meat. Thrag watches me with a curious expression. "Try it now," I urge, handing him a piece of the seasoned meat. He takes a tentative bite, his eyes widening slightly in surprise. "It's better," he admits, a hint of astonishment in his voice. I laugh, the sound echoing through the forest. "I told you so," I tease, unable to hide my glee at his reaction. It's a small victory, but an important one, a shared moment that seems to bridge the gap between our worlds. We soon continue our trek, but night is approaching quickly. Thrag suggests we stop for the night and make camp. The wind howls as Thrag and I soon huddle under the sparse shelter of a cluster of trees. The fire crackles softly, a small beacon of warmth in the encroaching chill of the night. My body shivers despite the heavy layers of clothing and the heat radiating from the flames. "Are you cold?" Thrag asks. "A little," I admit, hugging my knees tighter to my chest. "Could we cuddle?" The question hangs in the air, as fragile as the ice crystals forming on the edges of my scarf. Thrag's brow furrows, his expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. "What is this cuddle?" he asks. I chuckle. "It's when two people hold each other for warmth," I explain, my gaze dropping to the patchwork of scars on his hands. "It's a human thing, I guess." He's silent for a moment, his massive form tense. "You want to do this? With me?" he asks, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "I trust you," I say, my words carrying the heaviness of all we've been through, "and I don't want to freeze to death before we even reach my people." Thrag hesitates, his eyes searching mine, and after a moment he nods. "Fine," he grunts, lying down on the frozen ground, "but only to keep you from freezing." I crawl over to him, my heart pounding in my chest. The idea of pressing myself against an orc would have seemed ludicrous days ago, yet here I am, lowering myself onto the makeshift bed of furs beside him. His body is rigid as I curl against his chest, the steady thrum of his heartbeat comforting against my ear. "Relax," I whisper. "It's just for warmth." Slowly his muscles uncoil, and he wraps one arm around me, pulling me closer. "This is strange," he admits, his voice a low murmur that vibrates through me. I laugh softly, the tension easing from my body as I settle into the curve of his arm. My eyelids soon grow heavy. I drift off to sleep, lulled by the rhythmic sound of Thrag's breathing. In my dreams, I see my father, his beard white as snow, donning a red coat and a wide, jolly smile. He's Santa, the embodiment of hope and joy during the darkest of winters. I wake before dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtering through the bare branches of the trees. Thrag is still asleep, his features softened in the gentle light. For a moment, I allow myself to simply watch him, this orc who has become my unlikely protector. Could it be that Thrag is a gift, a precious treasure sent to me by the universe? The thought is both absurd and oddly comforting. I reach out tentatively. His heart beats steadily beneath my touch. I can't help but feel that Thrag's presence in my life is more than just a twist of fate. It's as if the spirit of Christmas itself has wrapped its arms around me, offering a glimmer of hope in a world cloaked in darkness.
Chapter 10. Thrag. The first rays of dawn paint the sky in hues of orange and pink as I rise. The cold ground beneath me does little to dampen the ache in my bones. Claire is already up, her small frame hunched over the dying embers of our fire, a stick in hand as she prods at the ashes. She looks up as I stretch, her lips curling into a grin that seems to light up the dreary morning. "Good morning, Grumpy," she chirps. I can't help but grunt in response. Her cheerfulness is like a splash of color in a world that has been nothing but gray since my clan fell. I grab my axe, the weight of it familiar and comforting in my hand. "Let's move," I say, my voice gruffer than intended. As we journey onward, Claire chatters incessantly. "Why do you keep your hair so long?" she asks, her gaze lingering on the wild mane that cascades down my back. I shrug, my breath forming little clouds in the frigid air. "No reason," I reply, though in truth it's a reminder of who I am, or who I was, a warrior of the Gortusk clan. "Can I braid it?" she asks, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I give her a look, but the word no somehow doesn't make it past my lips. Instead, I find myself slowing down, allowing her to catch up with me. Her fingers are deft and sure as she begins to work on my hair, her touch surprisingly gentle. I can't help but watch her from the corner of my eye, her focus solely on the task at hand. Her trust in me is baffling. She's too naive, too kind. Traits that would get her killed if she were alone in this harsh world. The thought of her out here, defenseless against the elements or worse, other orcs, sends a surge of protectiveness through me. I clench my fists, a silent vow forming in my mind. I will bring her home no matter what. She doesn't belong in this world of bloodshed and brutality. She's like a delicate bloom in a field of weeds, and it's up to me to ensure she gets back to her people unscathed. As we continue our journey, I find myself drawn to her warmth, her laughter, a stark contrast to the cold silence that has been my constant companion. The frigid air nips at my skin as I lead the way through the frost-kissed wilderness, the snow crunching under our boots. Claire trails behind me. Her voice dances around me, a constant babble about plants and the upcoming winter. Suddenly, her chatter is cut short by a sharp, excited scream. My heart leaps into my throat, my axe instinctively raised as I spin around, ready to face whatever threat has caught her attention. But instead of an enemy, I find Claire crouched on the ground, her hands cupped around something. "Look!" she exclaims, her eyes shining. She opens her hands to reveal a handful of acorns. "We can use these to make decorations for the Christmas tree." I frown, my axe slowly lowering. "Christmas tree?" I repeat, my confusion evident. "I've never heard of that species." Claire laughs, the sound as warm as a crackling fire. "Not a species, Thrag. It's a tradition. We decorate an evergreen tree to celebrate Christmas," she replies. She then begins to explain Christmas, a time of love, giving, and hope. Her words paint a vivid picture of a world I've never known, one where acts of kindness are given freely, without expectation. I shake my head, my disbelief plain. No one gives without expecting something in return, I argue. It's a truth I've learned the hard way in a life marked by loss and betrayal. Claire's face softens and she reaches out to touch my arm gently. "That's what makes Christmas special, Thrag. It's about believing in the goodness of others even when it's hard," she says. Her words hang in the air between us, a challenge to my long-held beliefs. I grunt, turning away to hide the turmoil I'm sure is visible on my face. I've seen too much of this world's cruelty to believe in such naivety. Yet, as we continue our journey, her words remain lodged in my mind, gnawing away at the walls I've built around my heart. I can't shake the feeling that there's something different about Claire, something that makes me want to believe in her impossible ideals. We trudge onward, the landscape around us a blanket of white. Claire's enthusiasm is infectious. Despite my best efforts, I find myself drawn into her world, a world where hope is more than just a fleeting dream. The day grows late, and the setting sun casts long shadows across the snow. I lead us to a secluded spot, where the trees provide some shelter from the biting wind. As I gather wood for a fire, Claire sets about collecting more acorns, her laughter echoing through the stillness. That night, as the fire crackles and pops, Claire uses a small knife to carve the acorns into intricate shapes. She offers to show me how, and with a shrug, I accept. Her fingers deftly guide mine, her touch sending jolts of warmth through me. "See," she says, her voice soft. "It's not so difficult." I grunt in response, focusing on the task at hand. But my thoughts are elsewhere, caught up in the enigma that is Claire. She's chipped away at my defenses, revealing a vulnerability I never knew existed. As the moon rises high above us, casting a silver glow over the landscape, I find myself wondering if perhaps there's a place for hope in this harsh world after all. And maybe, just maybe, it's been right in front of me this whole time. I glance over at Claire, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. She catches me looking and smiles, a smile that seems to hold the promise of something more, something I never thought I'd find.
Chapter 11. Claire. The fire crackles and casts dancing shadows across Thrag's stern face. He sits next to me, his massive frame hunched over a tiny acorn clutched in his hand. "Okay, watch," I say, my voice cutting through the night's serenity. I demonstrate how to carve a small groove into the acorn, my hands awkwardly manipulating Thrag's massive knife. You just scrape gently, like this. Thrag grunts, taking the knife from me. This is a waste of time, he mutters. I can't help but smile as I watch him. The knife in his grip looks comically small, yet his hold on it is careful. His first few attempts end with the acorn snapping in half, and I burst into laughter, the sound mingling with the pop and hiss of the fire. You're supposed to carve it, not crush it, I tease, handing him another acorn. It's too small. Orcs don't make trinkets, he grumbles, but there's a glint of curiosity in his amber eyes that he can't quite hide. Well, maybe you should try, I say, nudging his arm with my hand. Christmas is all about making things for others, gifts, decorations. It's part of the spirit. He scoffs, but he doesn't refuse the next acorn I offer. As he attempts to carve it, I explain more about Christmas, painting a picture of Santa and his reindeer, of chimneys and stockings filled with treats. Thrag's face darkens at the mention of Santa. This Christmas, you keep talking about it. What does it even mean to you, and why do you care so much about it? He asks gruffly. I sit back, cradling an acorn in my hands. It's a time for hope and showing love, for being kind to others. It's about sharing warmth in a cold world, I reply softly. His gaze meets mine, and for a moment there's a vulnerability in his eyes that I've never seen before. No one acts like that. That's not how the world works, he rumbles. I shake my head, my smile unwavering. Maybe not your world, but it's why we try. To make it better, I say. We fall into silence, the only sound the crackle of the flames and the soft whisper of the wind through the trees. Thrag's attention is focused on the acorn in his hand, his movements slow and deliberate, as he finally manages to carve a small notch into it. When he finally speaks, his voice is softer than I've ever heard it. This is for you, he says, holding out the acorn. It's crude and misshapen, but the gesture makes my heart swell with an emotion I can't quite place. Thank you, Thrag, I say, taking the acorn from him. Our fingers brush, and a jolt of warmth travels up my arm. It's perfect. He grunts, looking away as if embarrassed by the exchange, but there's a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and it's a sight more beautiful than any Christmas decoration I've ever seen. As the night deepens, we continue our work, the pile of carved acorns growing steadily. Thrag's initial skepticism seems to have faded, replaced by a quiet determination to master this peculiar human custom. I watch him, my heart filled with a strange mixture of admiration and affection. This orc, this fearsome warrior, has become more than just my protector. He's become my friend. And as the stars twinkle overhead, I can't help but wonder if perhaps this Christmas will be merrier than I ever could have imagined. Suddenly, the peaceful stillness of our secluded camp shatters with the distant echo of hooves pounding against the frozen earth. Thrag's massive form tenses beside me, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his axe. The soft glow of our fire, which had seemed so welcoming just moments ago, now feels like a beacon in the dark, an invitation to danger. Quiet, Thrag growls, his voice barely above a whisper as he extinguishes the fire with a swift, practiced motion. Darkness wraps around us like a shroud, the moonlight our only ally as the sounds grow louder, more distinct. He pulls me behind the thick trunk of a towering tree, his body shielding mine. His hand, surprisingly gentle, clamps over my mouth, stifling the gasp that threatens to escape my lips. Don't move, he breathes into my ear, his warm breath a stark contrast to the icy chill of the night air. Peering around Thrag's broad shoulder, my heart lodges in my throat. 4 orcs, their forms monstrous and twisted, drag a cluster of sobbing children through the snow. The sight is a punch to the gut, a cruel reminder of the harsh reality we live in. Those kids they're from my settlement, I whisper, my voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. Thrag's body stiffens, his grip on me tightening. The children's cries pierce the night, each sob a testament to their terror. My mind races with questions. How did this happen? Why were they taken? The settlement should have been safe, hidden away from the world's dangers. I had left them in search of supplies, believing they would be protected in my absence. The guilt that grips me is a physical ache, a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. I watch, helpless, as the Orcs continue their relentless march, their captives struggling against their iron grip. The sight of those innocent faces, streaked with tears and dirt, ignites a fire within me. I turn to Thrag, desperation seeping into my voice. We have to do something. We can't just let them take those children, I plead. Thrag's amber eyes flicked within them, evident even in the dim light. It's not our fight, he says, though the conviction in his voice wavers. Not our fight? I echo, my words laced with disbelief. They're just children, Thrag. They're scared and alone, and we're the only ones who can help them. He looks away, his jaw clenching as he wrestles with his conscience. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the Orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 12. Thrag. The chill of the night air cuts through my heavy furs, but it's nothing compared to the icy daggers Claire's gaze throws my way. We leave! Now, I insist, my voice a low rumble. But the kids... Claire hisses, her eyes wide with desperation. I grit my teeth, the taste of iron flooding my mouth as I resist the urge to snap at her. I'm not risking my life for a bunch of humans, I growl. They're not my problem. Her hand shoots out, grabbing my arm with a strength that surprises me. They're my problem. Those are my students. I taught them to read, to hope, to dream about a better world. I can't let them die like this, she cries softly. I shake my head, my jaw clenched so tight I fear my teeth might crack. Hope doesn't save lives. Strength does, I growl. Then use your strength. Claire snaps through clenched teeth. You're the strongest being I've ever met. You can save them. Why are you running away? What are you so afraid of? Her words strike deeper than any blade, stirring something within me that I've kept buried for years. I don't want to help. I don't want to get involved. But as I glance back toward the trail left by the captors and their quivering cargo, recognition slices through me. Those are the kids I gave the wolf to. The ones who called me Santa. They're really from her settlement. I hadn't understood it then, the significance of that word, Santa. But now, seeing these children in peril, it stirs a memory. A long-forgotten tale from my childhood. One of the rare moments where my mother's voice was soft, her eyes distant and filled with longing. Santa, a figure of generosity and magic, a symbol of a season that was never meant for the likes of Orcs. Claire's breathing is ragged, her fingers digging into my arm as she awaits my response. The pressure of her expectation is suffocating, yet there's a part of me that yearns to live up to it, to be the warrior she believes I can be. I step away from her, my boots crunching in the snow as I move closer to the edge of our hidden enclave. The Orcs are far enough away now that they won't hear us, but the children's sobs still carry on the wind, a haunting melody that threatens to unravel the last of my resolve. "Thrag," Claire whispers, her voice now soft, pleading. "Please." The word hangs between us, a single syllable that holds the power to shatter my self-imposed exile. I've spent so long running from my past, from the failures that haunt me, that the idea of stepping back into the fray terrifies me more than any battle I've ever faced. The silence that falls between us is as cold and unyielding as the frost creeping over the landscape. Claire's eyes search mine for some glimmer of hope. She doesn't understand. She can't. I'm not the savior she's looking for. I'm a shadow that looms in the night, a disgrace to my kind and myself. "I'm no protector," I say finally, the words tasting like ash. "I lost my clan, my family. They all died because of me." Her hand finds mine, her skin pale against my rough green hide. "They died because someone else took their lives. Not you, but you're still here, Thrag. And you can make sure no one else suffers like that," she whispers gently. Her grip tightens, those slender fingers threading through mine with a strength that surprises me. "You saved me, twice. If you were truly the monster and failure you think you are, you wouldn't have done that. You're a protector, whether you believe it or not." Her words pierce the armor I've built around my heart, the one that's kept me alive through countless battles and the bitter loneliness that followed. I want to pull away, to tell her she's wrong, but something anchors me to this spot. It's not just her touch. It's the unwavering belief in her eyes. Without another word, Claire turns and begins walking toward the Orcs, her determination a palpable force. I watch her, this slip of a human who dares to challenge the darkness with nothing but her conviction. Her figure is soon swallowed by the swirling snow, but the sound of her footsteps echoes in my ears, a silent accusation. "Damn human," I mutter, grabbing my axe and striding after her. My boots crunch through the icy crust, each step a testament to my own foolishness. I should let her go, let her face the consequences of her recklessness. But the thought of her out there, alone and unprotected, stirs a fury within me that I can't ignore. As I catch up to her, I see the set of her jaw, the way her breath forms little clouds in the air. She's a warrior in her own right, armed with a courage that I've never known. "You're going to get yourself killed," I growl, my voice barely carrying over the wind. She doesn't look at me, but her words are clear. "Then it's a good thing you're here." We move as one, our steps muffled by the snow. The trees loom over us, their branches heavy with ice. I can feel the gravity of the moment, the tension that crackles between us like static electricity. Claire is a force of nature, a hurricane that swept me up in its path. And try as I might, I can't find it in me to resist. We halt at the edge of a clearing, the moonlight revealing the hulking forms of the Orcs as they leer over their captives. The children huddle together, their bodies shaking with fear and cold. I clench my fists, the familiar rage simmering just below the surface. "We need to do something fast before it's too late," she insists. My mind starts to race with possibilities, but none of them can ensure everyone's safety. This might just be a losing battle again.
Chapter 13. Claire. My heart thunders in my chest. I fill my lungs with the icy air and step out of the concealing shadows of the forest. My voice soon slices through the stillness. "Hey, you ugly bastards! Over here!" I shout. I wave my arms like a madwoman, knowing full well the danger that will course toward me. The orcs' heads snap in my direction, their eyes gleaming with predatory intent. I feel their gaze like a physical force, a palpable threat that propels my legs into a desperate sprint. The forest becomes a blur of shadows and snow as I start to weave through the trees, the sound of pursuit growing ever closer. This was stupid, I berate myself, the taste of fear metallic on my tongue. So stupid. Glancing back, I see the orcs gaining ground. Their snarls are a chilling symphony to the terror that claws at my chest. Run! I scream loudly to the children, my voice raw. Run now! Within a matter of seconds, a frozen lake looms ahead. Its surface is a deceptive expanse of silver under the moonlight. Doubt gnaws at me. Can I cross it? Will it hold? The roar of the orcs behind me is a savage cacophony that spurs me forward. Just as my boot touches the ice, a massive arm ensnares my waist, yanking me backward. I'm airborne for a heartbeat before being unceremoniously dumped onto a snowbank. The impact knocks the wind out of me, and I gasp for breath, my vision swimming. I look up, expecting to meet the cruel eyes of an orc, but instead, I'm met with a familiar, scarred visage. Thrag stands between me and the approaching danger, his body a tense wall of muscle and fury. "What the hell are you doing?" he snarls, his amber eyes flashing with anger. "Saving those kids," I retort, struggling to stand. My heart races not just from the adrenaline, but from the nearness of him, the raw power that emanates from every inch of his orcish form. "You're going to get yourself killed," Thrag growls, his gaze never leaving the oncoming threat. "I couldn't just leave them," I insist, my voice shaking with urgency. "They're my responsibility." Thrag's jaw clenches, the cords of his neck standing out. "Just stay behind me," he orders, his voice a deep rumble that brooks no argument. The orcs soon burst from the tree line, their weapons gleaming in the moonlight. Thrag stands his ground, his axe at the ready, a fierce protector against the encroaching darkness. The air crackles with tension. Thrag's amber eyes ignite with a fiery determination. "You need to stay put," he commands. I want to argue, to insist on standing by his side, but there's no time. The orcs are almost upon us, their grunts and snarls echoing through the night. Thrag charges forward without a moment's hesitation, his axe slicing through the air with lethal precision. The first orc doesn't stand a chance. Thrag cleaves through its chest with a single powerful swing. Crimson sprays across the pristine snow, painting a gruesome tableau that would make me sick were it not for the adrenaline coursing through my veins. Another orc lunges, its blade arcing toward Thrag's broad back. But he's already moving, his reactions almost supernaturally quick. He sidesteps the attack and counters with a swift elbow to the orc's face, following up with a brutal slash that opens its throat in a gush of blood. I can't tear my eyes away, even as my mind rebels against the savagery of the scene unfolding before me. Thrag is a whirlwind of destruction, his movements raw and untamed, yet each action is calculated, each strike landing with deadly accuracy. An orc manages to land a hit, its blade leaving a ragged wound across Thrag's muscular shoulder. The sight of his blood, dark against his greenish skin, sends a jolt of fear through me. But Thrag doesn't falter. He seizes the orc by the head and slams it into the ground with such force that the impact echoes in the stillness. The last orc soon falls, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the star-strewn sky. Thrag stands amidst the carnage, his chest heaving with exertion, his body marred by new wounds that will surely leave more scars. I rush to his side, my hands shaking as I reach out to touch his arm. "Thrag, are you okay?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. He glares at me, a mix of annoyance and something else, something I can't quite identify, flashing in his amber gaze. But he doesn't pull away as I gently probe the gash on his shoulder. "You're reckless," he growls, wincing as I apply pressure to the wound. "I knew you would come," I say softly, holding his gaze. Inside I'm reeling, a tumult of gratitude and disbelief churning within me. This orc, who had every reason to leave me to my fate, chose to stand and fight. For me. For those children. Thrag's glare softens, just barely. But he says nothing. The silence stretches between us, filled with the heavy thud of my heart and the distant howl of a winter wind. I realise then that my life has become irrevocably entwined with his, this unlikely protector who defies every expectation I've ever had of his kind. I release a shaky breath, my fingers lingering on the warm skin of his arm. "We need to get back to the children," I say, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. Thrag nods, his expression unreadable. As we make our way back to find the children, I can't help but cast sidelong glances at Thrag. His face is a mask of stoicism, but I can see the weariness in the set of his shoulders, the slight hitch in his stride. He's hurt, and yet he doesn't slow down, doesn't complain. His strength isn't just in his impressive physique, it's in his unwavering resolve, his willingness to stand against the darkness, even when it costs him dearly.
Chapter 14. Thrag. I stride through the snow, my breaths heavy and labored from the weight of what just transpired. The metallic tang of blood, mine, the Orcs, lingers in the air, mingling with the scent of damp earth and crushed pine needles. My axe, still slick with the enemy's lifeblood, feels comforting in my grip. Claire's small frame trembles and she stumbles beside me. Her eyes are wide with a mix of fear and relief. I scoop her up before she can protest, the heat of my hands seeping through her thin clothing. Her breath hitches as I set her down by a massive pine. "Are you okay?" I grunt, my voice gruffer than intended. She shakes her head, biting her lower lip, a gesture that sends an inexplicable jolt through me. "No, but you came looking for me," she whispers softly. Her words pierce the armor I've built around myself. I want to yell at her, to tell her how foolish she's been. But suddenly children's excited chatter cuts through the tension in the air. "Santa Claus!" one of them shouts, pointing at me with unbridled joy. Their small hands wave excitedly as they recount the tale to Claire about the wolf and the feast it provided. A flush soon creeps up my neck and into my cheeks. Claire's laughter suddenly rings out, a sound so at odds with the violence that just unfolded. "You're a hero to them," she says, her voice soft and full of something I dare not name. I grunt, uncomfortable with the title. Heroes don't walk away from their clans. Heroes don't question their purpose with every waking breath. "You're the kindest orc I've ever known," she continues, her hand brushing gently against my arm. The warmth of her touch sears through the layers of fur and leather, igniting something within me, a longing I thought I'd buried with my kin. I jerk away abruptly, my jaw clenching so tightly it threatens to shatter my teeth. "Enough!" I snap, the word coming out harsher than I intend. "We need to move now. Can you walk on your own?" She nods, determination etching lines into her face. The children lead the way, their small forms darting through the snow with an energy only the young possess. I watch Claire as she follows them, her steps steady despite her earlier tremors. The journey is silent, save for the children's occasional chatter and the distant howling of the wind. My mind races with thoughts I can't quite grasp, each one tangled with the woman who walks beside me. Her presence is a balm to the wound I've carried since the fall of my clan, a wound I've kept open with guilt and solitude. The chill of the pre-dawn air nips at my skin, a stark reminder of the harsh world that awaits me. Claire's footsteps crunch in the snow beside me, a rhythm I've grown accustomed to over the past days. Her presence, once a source of irritation, now stirs something unfamiliar within me, a flicker of warmth in the icy cavern of my chest. We trek on for miles, the landscape shifting from the dense forest that shielded us to the barren expanse that surrounds her settlement. The sight of the crude wooden walls, now etched against the lightening sky, brings a flush of relief to her face. Without warning, she leaps at me, her arms wrapping around my neck in an exuberant hug. "We made it, Thrag!" she exclaims, her voice laced with joy and a hint of disbelief. "You did it! You brought us home safely!" I stiffen, my hands hovering awkwardly at my sides before I manage to pry her off me. "Stop that," I mutter, setting her down firmly. You're back where you belong. The words taste bitter on my tongue, a lie I'm trying desperately to believe. She stumbles back, her eyes wide and questioning. Thrag, wait, she begins, but I cut her off, my voice cold. I'm leaving now, I say firmly. Her expression crumbles, replaced by a look of desperation that mirrors the sinking feeling in my gut. Stay, she pleads, her hand reaching out to me. Celebrate Christmas with us. You've earned a place at our table. I shake my head, a growl rumbling in my throat. I'm not interested in your human holidays, I say, turning my back on her. My broad shoulders stiffen as I walk away, each step driving the knife deeper into my chest. Her voice follows me, a soft entreaty carried on the wind. Thrag! She calls out. But I don't stop. I can't. The sound of my name on her lips is a siren's call, one that threatens to completely shatter the fortress I've built around my heart. I push myself harder, the familiar burn of exertion a welcome distraction from the tumult of emotions raging within me. The settlement fades into the distance, swallowed by the relentless expanse of snow and ice. Alone once more, I allow myself a moment of weakness, my breaths coming out in ragged gasps. The image of Claire's face, lit up with the joy of homecoming, haunts me. I tell myself, it's for the best. She belongs with her own kind among the warmth and chatter of human life. Me? I belong to the wilds, a solitary beast, fit only for the cold embrace of solitude. But as the sun crests the horizon, casting long shadows across the frozen landscape, I can't shake the feeling of her arms around me, the heat of her body against mine. For a fleeting moment, I'd allowed myself to imagine a different life, one where I wasn't alone, where the weight of my past didn't hang heavy on my shoulders. I grit my teeth, forcing the thoughts aside. I am Thrag, son of Thrak, last of my line. I have no room for softness, for dreams of what could never be. My path is one of survival, of clinging to a life that has been stripped of meaning and purpose. Chapter 15, Thrag. The biting cold nips at my skin, a familiar companion in this harsh wilderness. As I trudge through the snow, I can hear Claire's laughter, her pleas echoing in my mind. It's a haunting melody I can't silence. Forget her! I growl to the wind. Yet, as I put distance between myself and the human settlement, her face remains etched in my memory. I shake my head, trying to dislodge the image, but it clings to me. When I'm about halfway between the settlement and my lair, the guttural sound of laughter pierces the stillness of the afternoon. I duck behind a boulder, my senses on high alert. The voices are unmistakable. Icefang Orcs. Their cruelty is as legendary as their resistance to the cold. Peering out from my hiding place, I see the pale blue orcs gathered around a fallen beast. They carve into its flesh with sadistic glee. Its cries of agony are a gruesome symphony to their twisted amusement. Look at this one squirm, one of them sneers. It's almost as if it doesn't enjoy our company. The others erupt into laughter, a sound that sets my teeth on edge. That human settlement is next, another Icefang declares, his voice brimming with malice. We'll take the women, kill the rest, burn it all to the ground. A red haze descends over my vision as their words sink in. The thought of Claire and her people falling prey to these monsters ignites a fire within me, a primal need to protect. The Icefangs are known for their ruthlessness. They are the antithesis of all that is good and honorable in the Orcish code. I've spent many moons trying to outrun the shadow of my past, to forget the horrors I've witnessed and the blood that stains my hands. But now, faced with the prospect of more innocent lives being snuffed out, I find myself at a crossroads. I could walk away. I could leave these orcs to their savagery and continue my solitary existence, unburdened by another's welfare. Yet, as I watch them from the shadows, a sense of responsibility takes root in me. Claire's voice rings in my ears, her words about hope and love resonating with a part of me I thought long dead. I know what I must do. I will not stand by while these monsters lay waste to the settlement, to Claire's home. I am no hero, but I am a warrior, and I will not let the Ice Fangs destroy the fragile spark of hope that Claire has fought so hard to kindle in her people's hearts. I crouch low, my muscles coiling like a spring as I prepare to confront the Orcs. My heart beats a steady rhythm in my chest, a drumbeat of impending battle. As I step out from behind the boulder, my axe gleaming in the pale sunlight, I utter a silent promise to the woman who has unwittingly become my greatest weakness and my most unexpected source of strength. I will keep you safe, Claire, I vow, even if it costs me my life. I stalk the periphery of the Ice Fang Orcs gathering, my grip on my axe as unyielding as the resolve hardening in my chest. One of the Orcs strays from the group. A growl rumbles in my throat as I seize the opportunity. My axe slices through the air, finding its mark with deadly precision. The Ice Fang's head separates from his shoulders in a spray of crimson. The remaining Orcs whirl around, their snarls echoing through the forest as they charge toward me with bloodlust in their eyes. There are 10 of them, their numbers daunting even to an alpha like me. But the thought of Claire's face fuels my resolve. I will not falter. I meet their charge head-on, my axe a deadly extension of my will. Each swing is a declaration of my intent to protect what matters. The clash of steel against steel, the crunch of bone yielding to my strength, the cries of pain as my enemies fall. It is a grim dance. Yet despite my skill, an Ice Fang's blade finds a gap in my defenses, slicing across my side. The pain is sharp, a white-hot lance that sears through my concentration. Another Orc, sensing weakness, breaks away from the melee, fleeing into the night to summon reinforcements, no doubt. But I do not relent. I will not be the cause of more despair for Claire and her people. With a roar that shakes the very heavens, I redouble my efforts. My axe becomes a blur of motion, reaping a brutal harvest among the Ice Fangs. One by one they fall, their lifeblood seeping into the snow. When the dust settles, 7 Ice Fangs lay dead at my feet. The remaining 2, their courage faltering in the face of my relentless assault, turn and flee. I consider giving chase, but the wound in my side throbs with each heartbeat, a stark reminder of my own vulnerability. Instead, I turn my attention to the Orcs' camp. I grab a loose piece of wood out of the fire and set their provisions and shelter on fire. The flames consume the camp with a fierce hunger. Leaving the burning camp behind, I begin the arduous trek back to Claire's settlement, my body screaming in protest with each step. The adrenaline that fueled my rampage ebbs away, leaving me shivering and weak. My vision blurs, the edges of my consciousness fraying as I push myself to the limit. The lights of the settlement flicker in the distance, guiding me through the encroaching darkness. Yet as I draw closer, my strength wanes, the blood loss from my wounds painting a grim picture of my chances of reaching the gates. I stumble and fall, my body sprawling in the snow just beyond the reach of the settlement's lights. The world around me grows quiet, but I can hear Claire's voice, a soft whisper against the silence of my failing senses. Her face is the last thing I see as my eyes flutter closed.
Chapter 16. Claire. The wind carries the faintest echo of distress, a discordant note in the stillness of the night. I am at the hearth of my home when the sound pierces the quiet. I get up instinctively and look out the window. There is some kind of commotion coming from outside the gates. My heart, already attuned to the frequencies of fear, skips a beat. I quickly rush out the door, forgetting my coat and scarf. The cold bites at my cheeks and seeps into my bones in an instant. Outside, the settlement is a hive of agitated whispers and tense bodies. My gaze cuts through the crowd, landing on the source of the uproar. There, in the snow, lies Thrag. His body is a tapestry of blood and violence. "Thrag!" I cry out. My scream slices through the night, a desperate plea that seems to echo endlessly. I push through the throng of onlookers, dropping to my knees beside him. His skin is paler than I've ever seen it, his breathing a ragged whisper. I turn to the guards, my eyes wide with urgency. "He's hurt. Please." "Bring him inside," I insist. Their hesitation is a physical barrier, their distrust as palpable as the cold. "He's an orc," one of them mutters, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. But the children, those precious, wide-eyed souls I've taught to read and write and dream, they surge forward. Their small hands pull at the guards' cloaks. "He saved us," they cry out in unison. "He's a hero, Santa Claus." One of the children, little John, the son of an elder, looks up at the guards with tear-streaked cheeks. "Please," he pleads. "He protected us." The guards exchange a look, the weight of the children's words tipping the scales. With a reluctant nod, they move to lift Thrag, their movements quick but cautious. I lead them to my home. The small space is suddenly crowded with his massive form. They lay him on my bed, his body taking up every inch of the modest mattress. As I prepare to tend to his wounds, my hands tremble. The room is silent save for the crackle of the fire and Thrag's laboured breathing. I dip a clean cloth into a basin of warm water. My heart aches at the sight of him. I work in silence, cleaning the blood and grime from his skin. Each wound I tend to is a testament to his courage, a story of sacrifice etched into his flesh. The sight of it brings tears to my eyes, but I blink them away, determined to be strong for him. "What happened to you?" I whisper. I know he can't answer, but the question hangs in the air, a silent plea for understanding. Hours blur into one another as I care for him, my mind a whirlwind of fear and gratitude. Exhaustion tugs at the edges of my consciousness, but I refuse to succumb to it. Not until I know he's stable. Finally, as the first light of dawn filters through the window, I can no longer fight the pull of sleep. I settle onto the floor beside the bed, my hand resting lightly on Thrag's arm. My eyes flutter closed instantly. A low groan wakes me from the shallow sleep of exhaustion. My eyes open quickly. The room is bathed in sunlight. Disoriented, I sit up. The stiffness in my muscles is evidence of a night spent at Thrag's bedside. The groan comes again, and my heart leaps. I look over and Thrag's amber eyes are open. "Claire," he whispers. Relief floods through me, and I can't help the tears that spring to my eyes. "You're awake!" I exclaim, my voice trembling with emotion. He struggles to sit up, wincing as the movement pulls at his healing wounds. "Claire, listen to me," he says, his tone urgent. "The ice fangs, they're coming. Your settlement is in grave danger." My blood runs cold. "How do you know?" I ask, my voice barely a whisper. Thrag's gaze meets mine, the impact of his words settling between us. "I fought with the first group that arrived nearby. They planned to attack," he says, his voice tinged with worry. Gratitude and fear war within me. Thrag has once again placed himself in harm's way for us, strangers to his kind. "We have to warn the others," I say, already moving towards the door. He shakes his head, a grimace of pain crossing his features. "They won't believe me. I'm an orc," he mutters. I pause briefly, turning back to him. "I will convince them, I promise, my resolve as steady as the beat of my heart." Within minutes, I stand before the elders, a knot of anxiety twisting in my gut. The council room is filled with the sombre faces of our leaders, their scepticism palpable. "Claire?" Elder Mara says, her voice tinged with concern. "You ask us to trust the word of an orc?" I nod, my hands clasped tightly in front of me. I know it's difficult to believe, but Thrag has risked his life to protect us. He fought off a group of Icefang orcs who planned to raid our settlement, I say firmly. Murmurs of disbelief ripple through the room, but I press on, undeterred. "He's not our enemy. Thrag has shown us more kindness than we could have hoped for," I continue. Elder Vincent, a man who has always been kind to me, leans forward, his eyes serious. And why should we trust this orc? He asks skeptically. I take a deep breath, meeting his gaze. Because he has no reason to lie. Because he saved my life, our children's lives, more than once, I say emphatically. The room falls silent, the gravity of my words hanging heavy in the air for a long moment. Finally, Elder Vincent nods, his expression solemn. We will hear what he has to say, he replies. I breathe a sigh of relief and quickly rush back home to get Thrag.
Chapter 17. Thrag. The snow crunches under my boots, each tentative step leaving a deep imprint in the white blanket that covers the settlement. My body aches, muscles protesting every movement, but I won't let it show. Pride is all I have left, and I'll be damned if I let these humans see me falter. Claire walks beside me, her arm linked through mine, a silent pillar of support. Her touch is light, but I feel it like a brand against my skin. She's a beacon of warmth in this frozen wasteland, and for a moment I forget that I'm an orc, a beast among these humans. The settlement is a hive of activity, with villagers casting wary glances our way. Children clutch at their mother's skirts, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and terror. I see myself reflected in their gazes. A monster. Through here, Claire says, as she guides me toward a wooden building that houses their council. The weight of my axe is a familiar comfort on my back, its presence a stark reminder of the world I come from. The council room is cramped. The air is thick with the stench of old wood and stale sweat. The leader, Vincent, and the elders sit at a worn table. Their expressions range from suspicion to outright hostility. I plant my axe beside me, the blade sinking into the wooden floor with a satisfying thud. Ice fangs, I growl, my voice echoing off the walls. They're coming. Your settlement will burn. The room erupts into murmurs, but one elder, a gaunt figure with a sneer, leans forward, his eyes narrowed. How do we know you didn't lead them here yourself? He accuses. My hand itches toward my axe, but I resist the urge to gut him where he sits. If I wanted you dead, I say, my voice a low rumble, you already would be. Claire bursts into the room, her cheeks flushed with anger. Stop it! He saved us, twice! How can you accuse him? She asks, outraged. The accusation stings more than I care to admit. I lower my gaze, the weight of their suspicion a heavy mantle on my shoulders. Claire steps closer, her voice softening. Thank you for coming back and warning us, Thrag, she whispers. Vincent massages his temples. He soon interjects, his voice laced with resignation. How are we supposed to survive this? Our walls won't hold and we can't fight them. I glance at the small children peeking through the doorframe, their eyes wide with fear. You can't, I say bluntly. You'll have to leave. The room falls into a heavy silence, the gravity of my words settling over them like a shroud. I watch as they grapple with the reality of their situation, their faces pale. My chest tightens in frustration. Maybe I shouldn't have come back, I mutter under my breath. I'm about to turn away when Claire's hand wraps around my wrist. Her touch is a jolt of warmth in the icy room. Wait, she implores, her eyes locking onto mine with a fierce intensity. You can help us, she insists, her fingers tightening around my wrist. I frown, shaking my head. I've done enough, I growl. More than enough. Her gaze doesn't waver. There's a cave, a few kilometers from here, she says, her voice steady despite the tremor of desperation that underlines her words. We can move there, build temporary shelters, it will be safe. A harsh laugh escapes me. You want me to move an entire settlement? I ask, incredulous. She nods, her determination a palpable force in the room. With your help, we can do it. We can make it safe for the children, Thrag. She swallows, her eyes shining with conviction. They deserve a chance, she urges. Her words cut through my defenses, echoing the silent pleas of my own past, pleas that went unanswered when my clan needed them most. I see the faces of my sisters, their eyes filled with fear and hope, and for a moment I hear my sister's voice, urging me to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I exhale sharply, my resolve crumbling under the pressure of Claire's plea. Fine, I say. I'll help. The room erupts into a cacophony of gasps and murmurs, but Claire's smile is a beacon of light in the chaos. She turns to address the council, her voice ringing out with newfound authority. We have our plan, she declares. With Thrag's help, we will survive this. Vincent, the village leader, looks at me, his eyes filled with a mix of gratitude and wariness. We'll need to prepare, he says, his voice steadier now. Gather supplies, alert the hunters. Everyone must do their part. I nod, my mind already racing with plans and strategies despite my recovering injuries. We'll start the planning, I say, my voice carrying the burden of my promise. I'll scout the area, make sure it's secure. Claire's hand slips from my wrist, but her presence is a constant warmth at my side. Thank you, Thrag, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the din of the council room. I grunt in response, unsure how to handle the swell of emotions rising within me. I'm not used to gratitude, to being seen as something other than a monster. It's unsettling, yet part of me craves it. Craves her. As the council disperses, Claire and I are left alone in the room. She turns to me, her brown eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight. We'll need to work together, she says, her tone pragmatic. Can you do that? I meet her gaze, my jaw clenching. I'm not good with people, I admit, my voice gruff. But I'll do what needs to be done. Her lips curl into a small smile. That's all any of us can do, she says softly. For a moment, we stand there in silence, the tension between us a tangible force. I can feel the pull of her, the magnetism that draws me in despite my better judgment. She's like a flame, and I'm the moth, helplessly drawn to her light.
Chapter 18. Claire. The council room door creaks closed behind Thrag. I rush after him, my boots crunching on the fresh layer of snow that blankets the settlement. Thank you, again, I say, my breath forming a soft cloud in the frigid air. For helping out. Thrag grunts. I'm only doing it for the children, not you. He mutters. My smile softens. Still, it means a lot to me, I say softly. He tries to avoid looking at me, his stoic expression betraying nothing. I decide to show him more of the settlement, hoping to make him feel welcome as he recovers from his injuries. Would you like a tour? I ask, my tone light. He hesitates, then gives a nod. We set off slowly down the snow-packed path, the settlement waking up around us. Smoke curls from thatched roofs, and the distant sound of children's laughter punctuates the quiet morning. As we walk, villagers stare, their faces pale with fear. Mothers pull their children close, and men grip farming tools like weapons. My chest tightens with frustration. They're still scared of you, I say quietly. Thrag stands off to the side for a brief rest. They should be, he says flatly. I'm an orc. I shake my head, determination flaring within me. No, I insist. They should see you as I do, as a protector. I approach a group of villagers, their eyes wide with apprehension. He's not dangerous, I tell them firmly. He's helping us. My friends exchange uneasy glances. Claire, just keep him away from us, okay? One of them says. Frustration boils inside me. How can you be so ungrateful? I snap. He's risking his life for us. My friend's footsteps fade into the distance, their fear hanging in the air. I turn to Thrag, his massive form casting a long shadow in the morning light. "Don't waste your time defending me," he grumbles, his amber eyes meeting mine with a stoic resignation. I step closer, my heart pounding against my ribs. "They should know better," I say, my voice firm. "You're not the enemy here." Thrag's gaze softens for a fraction of a second, a flicker of gratitude that's gone as quickly as it appears. "Your energy is better spent elsewhere," he advises. I cross my arms, a stubborn set to my jaw. "Well, I'm not letting you stay out here alone," I insist. The thought of him sleeping under the harsh winter sky is unbearable. He sighs, a sound that seems to come from the very depths of his chest. "I'll be fine. I've slept outside more times than I can count," he rumbles. I shake my head, my resolve unwavering. "Number you're staying with me," I say. His brow furrows, a protest forming on his lips, but I cut him off. I insist. A moment of silence stretches between us, the tension palpable. Then an idea strikes me, a sure way to lighten the mood and make him feel better, I believe. "I'll make you something special for dinner," I offer, my tone light. Thrag raises an eyebrow. "Special?" he echoes, the word sounding foreign on his tongue. I nod, a grin spreading across my face. "It's an old human recipe. I just need flour," I say with a glint in my eye. He looks at me, confusion etched into his rugged features. "What is flour?" he asks, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. I laugh, the sound mingling with the crisp morning air. "You'll see," I promise, linking my arm with his in a gesture of camaraderie and support. "Trust me, you've never tasted anything like this before." My mind is already swirling with the flavours and aromas of the dish I have in mind, a warm, comforting pie filled with the sweetness of the last of the season's berries. We make our way to the market. The market is bustling with activity, with villagers haggling over root vegetables and bundles of dried herbs. I lead Thrag to the stall of an elderly woman, known for her extensive knowledge of ingredients. "Good morning, Eunice," I call out, my breath forming a small cloud in the chilly air. Eunice looks up from her wares, her eyes narrowing as she spots Thrag looming behind me. She clutches her shawl tighter around her shoulders, her lips pressing into a thin line. "What brings you here, Claire?" "And with an orc, no less," she asks sceptically. I ignore the disapproval in her voice, my focus solely on the task at hand. "I'm looking for flour, Eunice. Do you have any?" I ask, hopeful. She shakes her head, her gaze flickering briefly to Thrag before returning to me. "Flour? That's an old world ingredient, dear. No one's used flour in years," she replies. My heart sinks, but I refuse to let my disappointment show. "All right, thank you anyway, Eunice," I say politely. As we walk away, Thrag's heavy hand lands on my shoulder. "Really, what is this flour?" he asks, his deep voice cutting through the buzz of the market. I let out a soft chuckle, explaining, "It's a powder made from grinding grains. It's the base for so many human dishes. Bread, cakes, pies." Thrag's brow furrows. "I've never heard of such things," he mutters. I nod, a plan already forming in my mind. "That's because they're from a time long past," I say fondly. We leave the market, our steady journey taking us deeper into the settlement. I point out various landmarks to Thrag, the old well, the village smithy, the remnants of a once magnificent stone fountain that now stands dry and weathered. With each delicate step, I feel our connection deepening, the walls between us slowly crumbling away. As we walk, I can't help but marvel at the contrast between us. Thrag, with his towering stature and battle-scarred skin, is the embodiment of strength and resilience. And yet, despite his fearsome exterior, there's a gentleness in his eyes when he looks at me, a softness that hints at the kindness hidden beneath his gruff demeanour. I find myself speaking more freely, sharing stories of my childhood, of the world before it was torn apart by war and destruction. Thrag listens intently, his eyes reflecting a quiet longing for a time he never got to experience.
Chapter 19. Thrag. I watch as Claire, her cheeks rosy from the chill, suddenly strides up to a small house with a thatched roof and knocks with a determined rap. The door creaks open, revealing an old woman whose eyes narrow suspiciously as they land on me. Her lips purse, the wrinkles around her mouth deepening. "No flour!" she snaps, her voice carrying the weight of years and resentment. The door slams shut, the sound echoing in the quiet street. Claire turns to me, her eyes filled with an apology that I don't need. "Sorry, Thrag. She owes me, but..." Her voice trails off and she kicks at a patch of snow with the toe of her boot. I shrug, the motion stiff against the cold leather of my armor. "It doesn't matter. Save it for your people," I rumble. She frowns. "I wanted to make you a berry pie," she says, her tone wistful. "It's warm and sweet. Perfect for winter. We used to have it every Christmas when I was young." As we walk away from the house, I can't help but wonder what this pie tastes like. I've eaten my share of berries, but the idea of baking them into something else is foreign to me. "Tell me more about this pie," I grunt, my curiosity piqued despite myself. Her face brightens, the earlier embarrassment melting away as she describes the dish with an enthusiasm that's infectious. It's a magical blend of sweet and tart berries wrapped in a flaky, buttery crust. When it bakes, the berries burst and the juices mingle with the sugar. "It's heavenly," she gushes. I grunt again, imagining the flavors dancing on my tongue. It's been a long time since I've bothered with anything more complex than roasted meat or foraged roots. As we continue our tour of the settlement, the villagers keep staring at us with hesitant eyes. Their fear is a palpable thing, hanging in the air like a dense fog. I'm used to it. I've lived my life inspiring fear in others, but Claire... she's unlike any human I've ever known. Foolishly brave, unwaveringly kind. And she insists on defending me, an orc, to her own people. It's a thought that sits uncomfortably in my chest, warming me in a way I'm not accustomed to. "Forget the pie," I say gruffly, not wanting her to waste her efforts on me. There are more important things to worry about. Claire shakes her head, her gaze steady. "Maybe so, but food is more than just sustenance. It's a way to bring people together, to share something joyful even in the darkest times," she says emphatically. I can't argue with that. My clan used to gather around the fire, sharing tales and meat from the hunt. The memory stings, a sharp reminder of what I've lost. My mind suddenly wanders back to that word Christmas again. I've been hearing it far too often lately. It's like a persistent itch at the back of my mind, a mysterious human ritual that seems to hold more weight than the heavy axe at my side. Claire points out the sparse decorations around the settlement, her finger tracing the outline of a wreath made of frost-kissed pine needles and crimson berries. "What's the point of all these decorations?" I growl. Claire's eyes light up. "They're symbols of eternal life," she says. "Even in winter, some things stay green and alive." I grunt, crossing my arms, leaning against a makeshift bench. "Sounds like a waste of time," I rumble. "Is it?" she snaps. She turns to face me, her brown eyes challenging. "Your clan had traditions too, didn't they? Things that brought you together?" The question hits harder than any blade. Memories of clan gatherings flood back, but I quickly push them aside. "That was different," I mutter. "Was it?" she retorts. She steps closer. "Traditions give us strength, Thrag. They remind us who we are." I look down at her, this tiny human who speaks with such conviction. Something stirs within me, an unfamiliar warmth I'm not ready to name. "Christmas traditions are so special around here," she goes on, her voice softening. "We sing, dance, and build snowmen." I frown. The concept of snowmen as alien to me as the idea of celebrating peace. Snow men! I grunt, the words tasting strange on my tongue. She grins, her eyes sparkling with the kind of mischief that tells me I might soon regret my curiosity. Her small hand grips mine and pulls me gently toward a clearing. Come on, I'll show you. The children are there, their cheeks rosy from the cold and their laughter a rare sound in these dire times. They're huddled around a mound of snow, their small hands shaping and patting the white mass into a crude figure. Claire points. That's a snowman, she says playfully. I stare at the lumpy creation, its only claim to the title man being the 3 balls of snow stacked atop each other. A carrot serves as a nose, and 2 lumps of coal give it a semblance of eyes. It's hardly impressive. That's it, I say, unable to hide my disappointment. Suddenly, a cold mass of snow hits me square in the back, the impact sending a shock through my system. I freeze, my body tensing as the chill seeps through my furs. A low growl rumbles in my chest, and I turn my head slowly to glare at the culprit. A group of children stand several paces behind me, their eyes wide with a mix of fear and glee. One of them holds another snowball, his small hand trembling yet determined. I could crush that snowball with a flick of my finger, send these little humans scurrying away in terror. But I don't. Instead, I find myself contemplating my next move. The snowball fight is a game, I realize, a part of their odd Christmas celebration. Claire is watching me, her lips parted in a silent plea for me to play along. Her faith in me is both a burden and a revelation. I could be the monster these humans fear, or I could be something else.
There isn't much left of the world after the Orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 20. Claire. The soft thud of a snowball against Thrag's back jerks me from the quiet moment we're sharing. I gasp, my hand flying to my mouth in surprise as I spin around to see the children. Their laughter fills the air. Their faces are alight with the kind of joy that only a snowball fight can bring. Thrag, on the other hand, looks like he's about to unleash a fearsome orcish war cry. "Sorry, Thrag," I call out, my laughter joining theirs. "It's the children playing snowball fight." He turns to me, his amber eyes wide with bewilderment. I can't help but laugh at the sight of him, a massive orc warrior, the embodiment of strength and ferocity, with a splatter of snow melting on his broad back. His usual stoic expression has given way to something much more endearing. I watch him, my lips parted in a silent plea for him to play along. His gaze shifts from me to the children, and slowly, a grin spreads across my face. "You're supposed to throw one back," I say, scooping up a handful of snow and packing it into a tight ball. Thrag's eyes narrow, and for a moment, I think he might actually join in. Then another snowball hits him, this one catching him right in the chest. The children dissolve into fits of laughter, pointing and cheering as Thrag stands there, an unmovable mountain amidst a flurry of white. "Aaron!" I shout, spotting the culprit. The boy's eyes go wide, and he takes off running. I can't help but join the chase, my own snowball at the ready. I hurl it at Aaron, but it sails over his head and hits another boy square in the back. The children erupt into laughter once more, their shouts of glee piercing the crisp winter air. Snowballs start flying toward me, and I raise my arms in a futile attempt to shield myself. And then Thrag is there, his massive hand engulfing mine. Our fingers intertwine, and I feel a jolt of warmth. "Run!" I laugh, pulling him gently away from the onslaught of snowballs. To my surprise, Thrag moves with a speed and grace that belies his size and injuries. His long strides eat up the ground, and I can't help but laugh as he scoops me up easily, carrying me away from the chaos like some kind of mythic hero. "Thrag, put me down!" I giggle, but my arms instinctively wrap tightly around his neck anyway. The children's laughter echoes behind us, a delightful cacophony that lightens the otherwise heavy silence of the winter landscape. Thrag slows to a halt, his chest heaving from the overexertion. We turn to see the kids panting, their rosy cheeks puffing out small clouds of mist with every breath. "That's not fair, Miss Claire," Aaron protests, his hands on his hips. "You've got the biggest snowball thrower on your side." I can't help but chuckle at the comparison. Thrag, the towering orc who could inspire legends with his fearsome reputation, reduced to a mere snowball thrower. I release my hold on him and drop to the ground, the cold snow a welcome shock against my skin. "Come on, Thrag," I say, beckoning him with a playful smile. "Lie down with me and take a break." His eyes flicker with a mix of confusion and curiosity, but he complies, lowering his massive form onto the snow beside me. The ground crunches under his weight, and I can't suppress the giggle that escapes my lips. "See?" I say, spreading my arms out. "You have to enjoy the small things, the crispness of the snow, the laughter of the children, the way the sun shines in the sky." Thrag watches me intently, his expression softening in a way I've come to cherish. His amber eyes, usually so guarded, now seem to reflect the serenity of the moment. I reach out, my fingers brushing against his cheek. His skin is surprisingly warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold around us. Our gazes lock, and for a moment, the world seems to fade away. His eyes, I realise, are more than just a striking colour. They're a window into a soul that's been through more pain and turmoil than anyone should have to endure. And yet, here he is, lying in the snow with me, sharing a brief moment of peace and relaxation. "Claire!" a chorus of voices calls out, breaking the spell. The children have regained their energy and are eager for more fun. "Will you help us build another snowman?" I sit up, a reluctant sigh escaping me. "Duty calls," I say with a wink, pushing myself to my feet. I offer Thrag a hand, which he accepts, allowing me to help pull him up. As we walk back toward the group of waiting children, I can't help but marvel at the transformation that's taking place before me. Just days ago, Thrag was a solitary figure, a stranger in our midst. Now, he's an integral part of our community, a protector who's slowly earning the trust of the villagers. "All right, kids," I say, clapping my hands together. "Let's build the most magnificent snowman this settlement has ever seen." The children cheer, their excitement infectious. I glance over at Thrag, who's watching the scene with an uncharacteristic smile on his face. It's a small victory, perhaps, but it's a testament to the power of compassion and understanding. As we work together, shaping the snow into a towering figure, I find myself stealing glances at Thrag. He soon becomes fully engaged in the task, his large hands surprisingly gentle as he moulds the base of the snowman. The children look up to him, their initial fear replaced by a sense of awe and respect. "Hey, Thrag," I say, tossing him a carrot for the snowman's nose. "Make sure he has a nice big nose." Thrag catches the carrot with ease, his rough laughter mingling with the children's. It's a sound I'm growing to love, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's a little room for joy and laughter.
Chapter 21. Thrag. The children's laughter rings in my ears, a sound I never thought I'd welcome. Yet here I am, a mountain of green flesh and muscle, shaping something as trivial as a snowman. "More snow!" they shout, their small hands clapping with glee. I gingerly scoop up mounds of the cold white powder, packing it onto the growing figure before me. It's now nearly as tall as me, a towering spectacle in the midst of the settlement. A small girl tugs at my sleeve, her wide eyes looking up at me. "Can you lift me?" she asks, her voice a shy whisper. I glance at Claire, who nods encouragingly, her smile like a beacon in the chill of the day. How can I say no to such a simple request? I bend down slowly, my large hands gentle as I lift the child onto my shoulders. She squeals with delight, reaching out to touch the top of the snowman's head. The others see this, and like a flock of sparrows, they flutter around me, all clamoring for a turn. "Me next!" one boy cries out, his cheeks rosy from the cold. Claire just laughs, her eyes sparkling as she watches the scene unfold. "You're a perfect ladder, Thrag," she teases. I can't help but chuckle, the sound rumbling from deep within my chest. "Just don't make it a habit to climb on orcs," I say, putting the girl down and reaching for the next child. One by one, I lift their tiny bodies, their laughter mingling with the crisp winter air. It's a strange feeling, the sense of joy and camaraderie. I'm not used to being surrounded by such happiness. As I set the last child down, Claire steps closer, her gaze meeting mine. "You're good at this," she says, her voice soft. This is not something I ever expected to be doing. But here I am, an orc among humans, feeling something akin to delight. As I look into Claire's eyes, they are alight with the same joy that's unexpectedly taken root in me. "Do you want to turn too?" I ask, my voice deep. Claire stares at me, her eyes wide and sparkling like the snow beneath our feet. She nods, a shy smile playing on her lips. Without a second thought, I lift her effortlessly, ignoring my healing wounds. My hands span her waist as I hoist her up. Her laughter joins the echoes of the children's as she reaches out to touch the snowman's head. "I've always wanted to do that," she jokes, her hands brushing the snowman's head before trailing back to touch mine. Her fingers are cold, but the warmth they leave behind is undeniable. "And now you have," I reply, my voice softer than before. Our faces are close, our breaths mingling in the chilly air, creating a mist that hangs between us. My heart pounds in my chest, a rhythm I've never felt before. Her eyes, a warm shade of brown, hold mine, and for a moment, the world falls away. I'm acutely aware of the heat of her body against mine, the gentle pressure of her hands on my shoulders, and the intoxicating scent of her that fills my senses. Claire's gaze drops to my lips, and the smirk that had been lingering on my face fades into something more earnest, more vulnerable. "Thrag," she whispers, her voice barely audible over the soft rustle of the wind through the trees. I swallow hard, my grip on her waist tightening ever so slightly. "Claire," I say, my voice a low growl that seems to resonate with the very core of my being. Unknowingly, the children have left us, called away by their parents, leaving us alone in the quiet expanse of the settlement. The world, once filled with laughter and shouts, now seems muted, as if nature itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Slowly, almost hesitantly, we lean in. The cold air is a stark contrast to the warmth radiating from her lips as they brush against mine. The kiss is soft, tentative, a question hanging in the balance. This is different than anything I've ever experienced. It's gentle, yet fierce in its own right, igniting a fire within me that I never knew existed. Claire's hands move to the sides of my face, her touch gentle. I deepen the kiss, my own hands sliding up her back, pulling her closer. The taste of her is sweet. It's a flavor I find I want to savor, to commit to memory. We pull away, our foreheads resting against each other as we both struggle to catch our breath. "Thrag," Claire says again, her voice shaky but filled with a warmth that penetrates the thick layers of my armor, both literal and metaphorical. "I know," I respond, my voice gruff. I don't know what comes next, but in this moment, with Claire in my arms, I feel a sense of peace that's as unexpected as it is welcome. We stand there for a while, just holding each other, our bodies providing warmth against the biting cold. The kiss has changed something between us, a shift that's both subtle and monumental. I know that no matter what happens, I'll do whatever it takes to protect this woman, the settlement. I've spent so long wandering, searching for a purpose, and now, I think I've finally found it. Claire pulls back, her eyes searching mine. "We should probably get back," she says, her tone suggesting she'd rather stay here with me. I nod. "Lead the way," I tell her, offering a small smile. As we walk back toward the heart of the settlement, I can't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Whatever comes next, I know that I'll face it head-on with Claire by my side. And for the first time in a long time, that thought doesn't terrify me. It fills me with a strange sense of hope. A hope that, against all odds, has begun to bloom within the confines of my scarred and battle-hardened heart.
Chapter 22. Claire. The moonlight casts a silver glow over the snow-blanketed settlement. Inside my modest home, the wooden ceiling stares back at me, its grainy patterns a canvas for my restless thoughts. The kiss, our kiss, plays on a loop in my mind. It's a secret reel of warmth and longing that sets my heart aflutter. Thrag's lips, firm yet yielding, were a stark contrast to his gruff exterior. It was a rare moment of vulnerability, a fleeting connection that seemed to transcend our disparate worlds. I sit up, the blanket pooling around my waist, and let out a frustrated groan. Why can't I stop thinking about this? I whisper to the empty room. The memory of our kiss is intoxicating. It's a sweet poison that clouds my judgment and ignites a fire within me. My gaze drifts to the door. Thrag insisted on sleeping outside, despite the biting cold. His silhouette is a dark sentinel against the frosted window, evidence of his stubbornness and his self-imposed solitude. A pang of guilt twists in my gut. Why is he out there when it's freezing? I murmur, knowing full well that his orcish constitution is more resilient to the cold than my own. Wrapping a thick blanket around my shoulders, I push the door open and step into the chill of the night. The crisp air stings my lungs, and the snow crunches beneath my boots as I approach him. He looks up, his amber eyes reflecting the moon's ethereal light, surprise etched on his face. "Why are you out here?" he asks. His voice rumbles through the stillness, a low thrum that resonates in my bones. I hold out the blanket, my hands trembling slightly, whether from the cold or nerves I can't tell. "You'll freeze out here," I say, even though I know it's not entirely true. He snorts softly, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Orcs don't freeze," he retorts, but there's a softness in his eyes that wasn't there before. "Keep it." I sit beside him anyway, the cold seeping through the fabric of my trousers, and pull the blanket tighter around us both. We sit in silence, the world around us reduced to the soft whisper of the wind and the distant, mournful call of a night bird. Gathering my courage, I break the silence. "About that kiss." I begin, my voice barely above a whisper. I chance a glance at him and see his body tense, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the dark outlines of the trees meet the star-studded sky. "It was nothing," he says brusquely, his tone guarded. The words sting, but I force myself to maintain a steady facade, to not let my disappointment show. "Right," I murmur, looking down at my hands. I should have known that. The ache in my chest intensifies, a physical reminder of the distance between us, a chasm that seems impossible to bridge. In a sudden move, I stand up, the need to put distance between us overwhelming. I'm going back inside, I say, my voice sounding hollow to my own ears. You should come in too, Thrag. He shakes his head, a dismissive gesture that speaks volumes. I'm fine out here, Claire. Go get some rest, he insists. I nod, even though he's not looking at me, and turn to leave. As I reach the door, I can't help but glance back at him. My heart yearns for something I can't quite articulate. A connection, a shared warmth that extends beyond the physical confines of a kiss. But as I close the door behind me, I resign myself to the reality of our situation. He's an orc, a warrior who has known loss and suffering beyond my comprehension. And I'm just a human teacher, clinging to hope in a world that seems determined to snuff it out. He doesn't see me that way, I tell myself, as I crawl back into bed, the warmth of the blankets a poor substitute for the heat that Thrag's presence ignites within me. I need to stop hoping for something more. With those words, I close my eyes, willing sleep to claim me, to provide a temporary respite from the turmoil of my thoughts. But as the night deepens, it's not the oblivion of sleep that greets me, but the all-too vivid memory of Thrag's lips on mine, a bittersweet reminder of what can never be. The clatter of footsteps outside my window pulls me from my restless sleep. Rubbing my eyes, I shuffle to the door, my bare feet cold against the wooden floor. The morning air hits my face as I step outside, and I blink against the bright winter sunlight. My heart skips when I see Thrag standing there, a small burlap sack in his massive hands. The sight of him makes my chest tighten, memories of last night's kiss flooding back again. "What's this?" I ask, my voice coming out softer than intended. The cold bites at my exposed skin, but I barely notice. Thrag shifts his weight, his amber eyes avoiding mine. "Ask that old woman. Made her a trade," he says. He holds out the sack, and I recognise the familiar dusty smell of flour. My fingers brush against his as I take it, sending sparks through my entire body. "You did that? For me?" I ask. The words come out barely above a whisper. He looks away, his jaw tight. "You wanted it, didn't you?" he replies. I clutch the sack to my chest, feeling the steady thump of my heart against it. The flour is still warm from being carried in his hands. I watch as he turns and walks away, his broad shoulders cutting through the morning mist, like a ship through waves. How can I not fall for him when he's like this? I whisper to myself, my fingers tracing the rough texture of the burlap. My heart races, and I force myself to take deep breaths, but it's no use. The simple gesture of him trading for flour has undone all my careful restraint.
Chapter 23. Thrag. The settlement square is a flurry of activity, fear, and uncertainty as the elders break the grim news to the villagers. Their faces, once lit with the warmth of home, now flicker with the cold realization of impending doom. I stand at the back, arms crossed. My presence is a thundercloud, yet I am as much a part of this gathering as the frost clinging to the cobblestones. Vincent, the village leader, raises his hands for silence, his voice carrying the weight of the world as he speaks. "We must evacuate at dawn," he declares. "Take only what you need." His words hang heavy in the frigid air. Murmurs ripple through the crowd, a tide of whispered worries and hushed speculation. Some villagers cast glances in my direction, their expressions a mixture of gratitude and resentment. I pretend not to notice, my gaze fixed on the horizon, where the threat of the Icefang Orcs looms. "This wouldn't have happened if he'd stayed away," someone mutters nearby. The words sting, a sharp reminder of my place in this world. I know the truth. The Orcs would have come, with or without my presence. I was simply the first to taste their steel, and the first to strike back. Beside me, Claire's touch is light against my arm. "They don't mean it," she whispers. "I know," I grunt, though the words cut deeper than I care to admit. Her fingers linger on my arm, a silent promise of solidarity. "We'll get through this," she assures me. I nod, my throat tightening. The idea of leading these people to safety, of being their shield against the coming storm, sits uneasily on my shoulders. I am no savior. As the meeting disperses, the villagers scatter, each lost in their own thoughts of what must be done. Claire stays by my side, her presence a constant reminder of why I must fight. She believes in me, more than I have ever believed in myself. I watch as the villagers begin to pack their lives into bundles and bags, their movements hurried and frantic. Claire's hand slips into mine, her grip firm and reassuring. "We should prepare," she says, her tone resolute. "There's much to do before dawn." I follow her through the village, my axe strapped to my back. As we work side by side, the villagers' distrust slowly begins to fade. They watch me with wary eyes, but there is a newfound respect in their gazes. I am not one of them, yet in this moment, we are united by a common goal: survival. I soon follow Claire into the small, cluttered space she calls home. Her belongings are sparse, a testament to a life of hardship and loss. "You don't have much to carry," I observe, the truth of it weighing heavily on my mind. She nods, a soft smile tugging at her lips, as she looks around her modest dwelling. "I'll miss this place. It's one of the best homes I've had," she confesses. Her words resonate within me, a reminder of the many who have lost everything to the ruthless hunger of the Icefang Orcs. I hesitate, the words caught in my throat. "You'll come back," I say, the promise slipping from my lips before I can reconsider. Her gaze meets mine. "Will we? Will they ever stop coming?" she asks. There's a resigned acceptance in her voice that stokes the embers of anger within me. I turn away, staring into the flames of the hearth as if they might hold the answer. "Not unless you stop them at the source," I reply, the fire reflecting in my eyes. After a long silence, she invites me to stay inside with her for the night, a gentle insistence that I cannot deny. "It might be the last time," she says, her smile tinged with sadness. I nod, accepting her invitation. She suddenly surprises me by pulling out the sack of flour I had traded for earlier in the day. Her hands soon work diligently, kneading and shaping the dough with practiced ease. The scent of baking pie fills the room, a sweet and unfamiliar aroma that stirs something within me. When she finally places the small, steaming pie in front of me, her face glows with pride. I find myself at a loss for words. "You made this for me?" I ask. She nods eagerly, her eyes gleaming in the firelight. "I wanted you to try it," she gushes. I take a bite, the flavors of sweet fruit and warm spices exploding across my tongue. It's a stark contrast to the rough and savage meals I've grown accustomed to. "It's good," I say, stunned. Her laughter fills the room, a sound as warm and comforting as the pie in my hands. "I'm glad you like it," she says, her eyes shining with joy. As the night wears on, she shares stories of her past, painting vivid pictures of winters spent with her father. She speaks of Christmases filled with love and laughter, despite the harshness of their reality. "He died in the winter," she says softly, a shadow passing over her features. But I never blame the season for it. He wouldn't have wanted that. I listen intently, her words stirring something within me, a longing for a time when I, too, knew the warmth of family and the comfort of home. For the first time in countless years, the weight on my shoulders feels lighter, the burden shared if only for a moment. Our eyes lock, the fire crackling in the silence between us. The space that separates us seems to shrink, drawing us closer, until our lips meet in a tender, hesitant kiss. It's a fleeting moment of warmth and connection in a world consumed by cold and violence. As we pull away, the reality of our situation comes rushing back. The Icefang Orcs are still out there, a looming threat that cannot be ignored. But for now, in the quiet of her home, With the taste of her pie still lingering on my tongue, I allow myself to believe that there may be hope for us yet.
Chapter 24. Claire. The warmth of the fire dances across Thrag's face, casting his features in a soft, flickering glow. The space between us is charged with an intensity that makes my heart flutter wildly in my chest. I lean in again, my gaze dropping to his lips. The kiss is my bold admission of the feelings that have been blooming within me. His response is immediate and fierce. His hand cups the back of my neck, pulling me closer, as his tongue slips into my mouth, exploring with a hunger that leaves me breathless. My hands find their way to his face, my fingers tracing the rough contours of his scars. Thrag pulls away slightly, his breath ragged. "Claire," he murmurs. "I know," I whisper back. "I can't help it. I care about you, Thrag, more than I should." His eyes search mine, a flicker of vulnerability crossing his features before he schools them back into his usual stoic mask. "You shouldn't," he says, but his grip on me doesn't lessen. "I'm not like you, Claire. I've done things you had to do to survive," I interrupt, my tone firm. "We all have, but that's not who you are now. You've protected us, saved us. You've saved me." He looks away, his jaw clenching as if he's wrestling with some internal demon. I reach up, gently turning his face back toward mine. "Thrag, look at me," I insist. Reluctantly, his gaze meets mine once more. There's a world of pain and confusion in his eyes, but also a glimmer of something tender and hopeful. "You can't fight this," I say softly. "Whatever this is between us, it's real, and it's worth holding on to, even in a world as dark as ours." His lips claim mine again with an urgency that sends a thrill coursing through my veins. His kiss is intense, a primal declaration that sets my heart ablaze. "Thrag!" I gasp as his hands roam over my body, igniting a trail of heat wherever they wander. "Can't hold back anymore," he growls, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through me. His eyes are ablaze with desire, a raw vulnerability that mirrors my own. In one swift motion, he lifts me off the ground, pinning me against the wood wall of my humble home. His strength is exhilarating. My body responds with a hunger I've never known. His fingers soon deftly undo the fastenings of my clothes, giving way to reveal the soft, untouched skin beneath. The chill of the room does nothing to cool the fire within me. His lips leave a scorching path from my mouth down the column of my neck, each kiss sending shivers cascading down my spine.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 25. Thrag. The morning air is sharp against my skin as I stand at the edge of the settlement. Chaos reigns around me, a symphony of fear and desperation as the villagers prepare to abandon their homes. But my gaze always finds its way back to Claire. She moves with purpose among the crowd. Her voice is a steady beacon amidst the turmoil. As I watch her, a fierce protectiveness wells up within me. I've seen the scars she tries to hide, the strength that belies her slender frame. She's a survivor like me. "Thrag!" Claire calls out, her breath misting in the air. "Can you scout ahead? Make sure the path is clear?" I nod, hefting my axe onto my shoulder. "I'll ensure the way is safe," I say. She smiles at me, a fleeting moment of gratitude that warms me more than any fire could. As I trudge through the snow, my senses alert for any sign of danger. My thoughts are consumed by her. The memory of our night together is a brand on my soul, a sweet ache that refuses to fade. I've taken many lives, seen countless horrors, but nothing could have prepared me for the gentleness of Claire's touch, the softness of her lips against mine. I return from my scouting to find the villagers forming into groups. Mothers clutch their children close. The elderly huddle together. Their eyes are wide with fear. I step forward, my presence commanding silence. "Mothers and children first," I declare, my voice carrying over the crowd. "Elders next, then the men at the rear. Keep close. Stay vigilant." Vincent, their leader, nods in agreement. "We'll follow your lead, Thrag," he says compliantly. Claire's eyes find mine across the crowd, and I feel the significance of her trust like a tangible thing. It's a burden I carry willingly. The journey to the cave is grueling. The snow is a relentless foe beneath our feet. I stay at the front, my boots breaking trail, my eyes scanning the horizon for any hint of movement. Every so often I glance back at Claire. Her determination is a bright flame against the white canvas of the wilderness. She never complains and never falters. She's the heart of this group, their beacon of hope. By afternoon, the cave looms ahead. It's a massive structure hidden within the cliffs, a formidable fortress. Its stone walls are a promise of safety. As the villagers file inside, their relief is palpable. I watch over them closely. My chest soon swells with a strange sense of pride. I've done this. I've helped keep them alive. I turn to the elders, outlining my plan for traps around the cave's perimeter. "We need a warning system," I explain, my voice firm. "Traps will alert us to any intruders." Vincent claps a hand on my shoulder. "Your tactics will serve us well, Thrag. We're in your debt," he says, his voice tinged with gratitude. I grunt in acknowledgement, dismissing the praise. It's not about debt or repayment. It's about survival, about protecting those who can't protect themselves. Later that night, firelight dances across the faces of the villagers, casting flickering shadows on the cavernous walls of our refugee. The scent of stewed game and herbs fills the air, a comforting aroma that reminds me of the meals my clan once shared. I sit on the cold stone floor, my back to the cave wall, an unlikely figure of protection amidst the sea of humans. A group of women approaches me, their eyes shimmer with a mix of fear and gratitude. Each carries a bowl of steaming stew, their hands unsteady as they offer the meal. I accept with a curt nod. My chest feels uncharacteristically warm at their gesture. These people who once recoiled at the sight of me now look upon me with something akin to respect. It's a sensation I'm not accustomed to, but I find myself not entirely opposed to it. "Thank you, Thrag," one of the women murmurs, her gaze quickly darting away from mine. I grunt in response and focus on the stew before me. The flavors are simple and hearty, a testament to Claire's teachings about seasoning. I swallow a mouthful, the warmth spreading through me, and for a moment I allow myself to believe that perhaps we can survive this winter. Across the fire, Claire's gaze meets mine. Her smile is a beacon in the dim light of the cave, a silent thank you that resonates deep within me. She rises and navigates through the clusters of villagers. Her steps are sure and steady as she comes to sit beside me. "You embody the spirit of Christmas," Claire teases, her eyes twinkling. I frown, the concept of this Christmas still foreign to me. "What does that even mean?" I ask. She grins, her teeth a bright flash in the firelight. "It means helping others without expectation," she explains. Her voice drops to a whisper and she adds, "We just need to exchange gifts now and it will really feel like Christmas." My frown deepens. "Gifts?" I question, the word unfamiliar on my tongue. "Yes," Claire replies, her excitement palpable. "It's a tradition. You give something meaningful to someone else. She hesitates, her gaze dropping to her hands. I have something for you, but it's a surprise. I watch her, my mind racing. The idea of giving and receiving is not something orcs typically concern themselves with. We take what we need, defend what is ours. But this is different. What should I give? I ask. Claire's smile returns, soft and encouraging. Anything. It's the thought that counts, she says softly. I nod, determination settling within me. I will find something worthy of her, something that conveys the tumultuous feelings she's stirred within my calloused heart. As the night wears on, the villagers begin to settle, their energy waning after the day's exertions. I keep my vigil by the fire, my thoughts consumed by the enigma that is Claire.
Chapter 26. Claire. The icy air nips at my cheeks, a reminder of the harsh world beyond the cave's mouth. I wrap my arms tightly around myself and watch the men work tirelessly under Thrag's attentive eye. The snowfall is gentle, a soft veil descending upon the landscape, muffling the sounds of their labour. Thrag's hulking form moves with a purpose, his every motion precise and commanding. He's a pillar of strength amidst the uncertainty, and I can't help but feel a surge of pride. The men are setting up traps around the perimeter, following Thrag's lead. They're still wary of him, their eyes darting to his brooding form. They're unsure of what to make of this orc who has, for reasons beyond their understanding, chosen to stand with us rather than against us. Yet there's a grudging respect slowly taking root. One of the men, a burly blacksmith named Harlan, actually offers Thrag a stiff nod of approval after he secures a trap with a final, decisive thud. I step forward slightly, my boots crunching in the fresh snow. "You're doing a great job," I call out, my voice carrying on the wind. Thrag turns at the sound of my voice, his golden eyes meeting mine. A faint smile tugs at his lips, a rare sight that sends a flutter through my chest. "Claire," he rumbles, his deep voice resonating through the earth. "Come see." I approach hesitantly, my heart pounding a little faster with each step. The men part to let me through, their curious gazes following me. Thrag gestures to the trap, a complex contraption of sharpened stakes and hidden magic. "This will alert us if anyone unwanted tries to approach," he explains. "It's impressive," I admit, my eyes tracing the lines of the trap before lifting to meet his gaze. "You've taught them well." He grunts in reply, a flush of green darkening his cheeks. Thrag has always been a man of few words, but his actions speak volumes. He's earning their trust, one trap at a time. Harlan clears his throat, breaking the moment. "We should get back to work. There's much to do before nightfall," he urges. Thrag nods, turning back to the task at hand. I linger for a moment, watching as he guides Harlan's hands, correcting the angle of a trap. The scene is surreal, an orc and a human, working side by side, united by a common goal. As I walk away, I can't help but feel a sense of hope. This Christmas will be unlike any other, but perhaps in this cave we can find a new kind of celebration, one born of necessity, survival, and the unlikely bonds formed in the face of adversity. "Claire!" Sammy calls out. Her voice cuts through the murmur of the settlers, her call to action a familiar rallying cry. I make my way over. Our meagre provisions simmer in the pot she carries. "Time to feed the men," she says, passing me a tray laden with bowls. The smell of the stew sets my stomach rumbling in protest of its emptiness. I take 2 bowls, the heat seeping through the worn wood and into my palms. "What about Thrag's?" I ask, glancing toward the orc who's become our unlikely saviour. Sammy hesitates, her forehead creasing with worry. "We don't have enough for someone his size," she mutters. Her words hang heavy in the air, a stark reminder of our precarious situation. A pang of guilt twists in my gut. He's doing so much for us. It's not fair, I say. I can't bear the thought of him going without, especially after all he's done. Sammy sighs, her gaze sweeping over the bustling camp. I know, but we're pooling everything together, Claire. We barely have enough as it is. If this keeps up... Her voice trails off, the unspoken implications lingering between us. I shake my head, determination setting in. Give him my share, I insist. Sammy's eyes widen in shock. Claire, no, you'll starve, she says. I offer her a reassuring smile, my mind set. I'll be fine. I'll eat some dried fruit later. Thrag needs this more than I do, I say firmly. With the bowls balanced precariously in my hands, I navigate the icy terrain. The men are huddled together, their breaths visible in the frigid air as they share quiet words. Thrag! I call out, my voice carrying over the sound of tools clanging against stone and wood. He turns, his golden eyes locking onto mine. I approach, extending a bowl toward him. Here, eat, I insist. Thrag takes the bowl, his large hand dwarfing the simple wooden vessel. His gaze flickers to the tray in my other hand, noting its lack of contents. Where's yours? He asks, his deep voice rumbling with concern. I wave off his question, a flush creeping up my cheeks. I already ate. I lie, the betrayal of my own body impossible to ignore as my stomach growls audibly. Thrag pauses, the bowl halfway to his mouth. Slowly, he sets it down on a nearby rock, his eyes never leaving mine. Claire, he says, his tone firm yet gentle. What's going on? I try to laugh it off, but the sound rings hollow in the crisp air. I'm fine, really. Just eat, I say. He shakes his head. I won't eat if you don't, he says firmly. My heart skips a beat at his words, the depth of his concern both surprising and heartwarming. Thrag, you need your strength. You can't protect us if you're weak from hunger, I persist. His jaw sets in a stubborn line, a silent vow that he'll endure whatever hardships come our way, so long as I do the same. Then we'll be weak together, he says, his gaze unwavering. The absurdity of the situation hits me, and despite everything, I find myself smiling. Here I am, a human woman, trying to convince an orc warrior to take care of himself because he insists on sharing in our suffering.
Chapter 27. Thrag. I look at her, this slip of a human who thinks nothing of giving away her food to a beast like me. Her cheeks are flushed from the cold, or maybe it's embarrassment at being caught in her selfless act. Why would you give me your food? I ask. She stammers, her gaze flickering away. It's not a big deal, she mutters. I cut her off. Picking up the spoon, I hold it out to her. Eat, I command. Her eyes widen. But you, she starts. I won't watch you starve. Eat, I rumble. Reluctantly, she takes the spoon from me. She hesitates for a moment before taking a small bite. The stew is simple, but the way her face lights up, you'd think she's tasting the finest delicacies in the land. We share the bowl in silence. Each pass of the spoon is a dance, a delicate balance of give and take. When the bowl is finally empty, she looks up at me, her smile radiant. Thank you, but you didn't have to do that, she says, her voice soft. I shrug. You can't take care of others if you don't take care of yourself, I say with conviction. She nods, her eyes shining with gratitude and something more, something that makes my chest tighten. As we sit together, I turn my thoughts to this concept of a gift she mentioned earlier. It's a human tradition, one that seems so foreign to me. Why is a gift so important anyways? I ask, the question tumbling from my lips randomly. Claire blinks at me, her surprise quickly replaced by a thoughtful expression. Why? It's a way to show someone you care about them. It doesn't have to be big or expensive. Just meaningful, she says. She leans closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's also supposed to be a surprise. One of the human men, a sturdy fellow with a beard, overhears our conversation and saunters over. You're overthinking it, big guy, he says with a chuckle, clapping me on the shoulder like we're old friends. Just make something with your own hands. My wife loves it when I do that. The advice is simple, but it resonates with me. My hands, scarred and hardened from years of wielding an axe, have taken many lives. Perhaps it's time they created something life-affirming instead. Thanks, I grunt. Later that afternoon, the light casts long shadows across the snow. I approach Claire, her figure framed by the mouth of the cave as she's helping the others settle in. The humans have taken to calling this place their temporary home, but to me, it's just another hideout in a world filled with danger. There's a beast nearby, I say, my voice echoing off the stone walls. I can track it. It'll feed everyone. Claire's face pales. You're going alone? She asks, her voice barely above a whisper. I nod, the weight of my axe a familiar presence on my back. I can handle it, I say with confidence. She doesn't argue, but the worry lines etched into her forehead tell a different story. I turn and leave as the familiar scent of the wild fills my nostrils. The trail of the beast is like a beacon, its heavy footprints a clear path through the snow straight ahead. I've only gone a short distance when a familiar voice pierces the silence. Thrag! Wait! I spin around, my hand instinctively reaching for my axe. Claire is hurrying toward me with her boots crunching in the snow. Her chest heaves with exertion, and her breath forms little clouds in the frigid air. Why are you here? I snap, concern flickering in my golden eyes. She stops a few paces away, her cheeks flushed from the cold. I was scared you wouldn't come back, she whispers. Her words hit me like a physical blow. The vulnerability in her voice tugs at something deep within me. I step closer, my towering frame casting a shadow over her. I will always come back, I say, my voice softer than intended. As long as you're there, I'll come back. Her eyes widen slightly. We stand there, locked in a moment of unspoken understanding. The world around us fades into the background, and all I can see is her. She's beautiful, and for the first time in my life I understand the meaning of the word. I'm not one for softness or tenderness. I've lived a life of bloodshed and solitude, a wanderer with nothing to offer but protection and strength. Yet here I stand, on the precipice of something new, something terrifying in its fragility. Claire, I say, my voice rumbling like distant thunder. You should be back at the cave. It's not safe here. She steps closer. I know, she replies, her voice steady despite the chill in the air. But I can't let you face this danger alone. I grunt, a mix of frustration and admiration for her courage. I'm not some helpless pup, Claire. I've tracked and hunted beasts twice my size, I say matter-of-factly. Her lips curve into a small smile, her breath forming little puffs of mist in the frigid air. I know that too, she says softly. But we're stronger together, aren't we? Her words strike a chord within me, a resonance that echoes the beat of my own heart. I've spent my life pushing others away, building walls to keep from getting hurt. But Claire, she's different. She's chipped away at my defenses, revealing a vulnerability I never knew I possessed. Before I can second-guess myself, I lean down, capturing her lips in a fierce, passionate kiss. Her hands find their way to my face, her fingers tracing my skin. When we finally pull apart, both of us are breathing heavily, our breaths mingling in the cold air. All right, I say reluctantly, my hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of my axe. You can come, but you do exactly as I say, understand? She nods, her eyes shining with determination. "I understand," she whispers.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 28. Claire. The snow crunches lightly under our boots as we traverse the silent expanse that stretches out before us. Thrag moves with a grace that belies his size, his eyes scanning the ground with the precision of a seasoned hunter. "Look here," he says, his voice a low rumble that barely disturbs the quiet. He crouches, his thick fingers brushing against a faint impression in the snow. It's close. I watch him, my admiration growing with each passing moment. His strength is obvious, but it's his intelligence, his understanding of the land that truly astounds me. "You're amazing at this," I whisper, and he grunts in response, a small, almost embarrassed sound that tugs at my heart. We set to work, our hands moving in concert as we set the trap. His large, calloused hands envelop mine, guiding me with a gentleness that contradicts his fearsome appearance. "Like this," he murmurs, his breath a warm whisper against my cheek. I nod, mimicking his movements, securing the ropes and stakes with a newfound confidence. The beast appears as a shadow at first, a dark silhouette against the white landscape. Its fur soon bristles as Thrag steps forward, his axe gleaming in the dim light. The creature snarls, a sound that sends a shiver down my spine, but Thrag doesn't falter. He charges at the beast. The fight is a blur of motion, a true testament to Thrag's skill and strength. His movements are a deadly dance of power and precision. The beast roars, but Thrag's axe finds its mark. With a final, resounding blow, the beast falls, its life extinguished in the snow. I rush to Thrag's side, my heart pounding in my chest. "Are you okay?" I ask, my voice breathless with worry. He nods, wiping the blood from his axe with a practiced ease that speaks of too many battles fought. "It's done," he says, his tone final. Together we drag the beast into its lair, a dark cave that seems to swallow the light. The air is thick with the scent of earth and animal. As we work on harvesting the meat, my thoughts drift to the future, to the people who will benefit from Thrag's bravery. This beast will feed them, will give them the strength they need to endure the harsh winter. And Thrag has given them hope. I glance at him, watching as he moves with purpose, his muscles flexing beneath his armour. There's a nobility to him, a sense of honour that I know the others will eventually see. As we finish our task, I can't help but think of the gift I want to give him, of the surprise I've been planning. It's a small thing, really, but I hope it will show him how much he means to me, how much he's come to mean to all of us. I open my mouth to speak, to tell him about the gift, but the words catch in my throat. Instead, I reach out, my hand brushing against his. "Thank you, Thrag," I say softly, "for everything." He looks at me, his golden eyes reflecting the faint glow of the cave. For a moment he doesn't speak, And then, in a voice so low it's almost a growl, he says, "You don't have to thank me, Claire." But I do. I do have to thank him. Not just for the food he's provided, but for the safety he's given us, for the strength he's shown us, and most of all, for the warmth he's brought into my life. I soon begin looking around the beast's lair and notice a peculiar passageway a few feet ahead. Suddenly, my curiosity gets the better of me, and I decide to venture deeper into the lair. My heart pounds with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration as I walk along the cavernous passageway. The air soon grows warmer, the chill of the winter fading with each step I take. Steam rises from the ground and creates an ethereal mist that swirls around my ankles. It's like stepping into another world, a hidden sanctuary untouched by the harsh reality outside. Reluctantly, Thrag follows closely behind, his golden eyes scanning the shadows for potential threats. I can tell he's uneasy, his massive frame tense and alert, but there's a part of me that revels in the thrill of exploration. With Thrag by my side, I feel invincible. We round a corner, and the sight that greets us takes my breath away. A natural hot spring, its waters a shimmering oasis of warmth in the midst of winter's wrath. My eyes widen in delight, and I can't help but let out a soft gasp. "This is incredible," I whisper, my voice filled with awe. Without a second thought, I dip my hand into the water, the heat enveloping my skin in a soothing embrace. A grin spreads across my face, and I turn to Thrag, my eyes sparkling with mischief. "I'm taking a bath," I declare, the decision made in an instant. Thrag's eyes go wide, a flash of surprise crossing his features. "I'll wait outside," he stammers, already turning to leave. "But I have other plans. Come on, Thrag." "Join me," I say, my voice teasing as I slip out of my heavy coat, revealing the simple linen blouse and trousers beneath. His gaze flickers to me, then away, his cheeks darkening with a blush that's both endearing and unexpected. I reach for the fastenings of my clothing, my fingers deftly undoing the clasps. The garments fall to the ground, leaving me naked. The air is cool against my bare skin, but the heat from the hot spring promises warmth and comfort. Thrag stands frozen, his eyes locked on mine, a silent battle waging within him. I can see the struggle etched on his face, the internal war between propriety and desire. "Don't make me do this alone," I say softly, my voice echoing off the cave walls. His gaze rakes over me, hungry and unapologetic. It's a look that sends a shiver of anticipation coursing through my veins.
Chapter 29. Thrag. My heart thunders in my chest, a wild rhythm that seems to echo off the walls of the cave. Claire stands before me. The steam from the hot springs cloaks her in a veil of mist, and her skin glows in the dim light. She's a vision of vulnerability and strength. Her eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that steals my breath. "Don't make me do this alone," she murmurs, her voice a gentle caress that stirs something primal within me. My gaze traces the curves of her body, the soft lines and delicate hollows. She's so fragile, so human, and yet she's faced the harshness of our world with a fire that rivals my own. I hesitate, torn between the propriety ingrained in me from years of orcish discipline and the raw, undeniable desire that claws at my insides. My armor feels heavy, a barrier between us that I'm suddenly eager to cast aside. With a growl low in my throat, I step forward, my hands moving to the clasps and straps that hold my gear in place. Claire watches me, her eyes darkening with an unspoken hunger as I reveal the scars and muscle that define my body. I see her gaze flicker to my arousal, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of pink, but she doesn't look away. Instead, she steps closer, her hand reaching out to trace the contours of my chest, her touch light but sure. "You're so strong," she whispers, her breath a warm caress against my skin. Her words ignite a fierce pride within me, a possessive need to protect and cherish this remarkable human who dares to see beyond my monstrous exterior. I enter the hot spring, the warm water soothing against my battle-worn body. Claire follows, her movements graceful as she submerges herself in the water. We face each other, the space between us charged with an electric tension that threatens to consume us both. The steam from the hot spring swirls around us. Her skin, flushed from the heat, glistens with droplets of water that cling to her. My hands are gentle as I soon wash her, tracing the lines of her shoulders, the curve of her waist, the swell of her hips. "Thrag," she murmurs. Her brown eyes meet mine, and there's a vulnerability there that calls to something primal within me. Her lips part in a silent gasp as I glide my hands over the soft mound between her legs. I watch her closely as I massage her sensitive nub under the water, eliciting gentle moans from her. The water around us grows hotter, mirroring the heat building between us. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 30. Claire. The chill of the morning air nips at my skin as Thrag and I emerge from the forest, the weight of our kill balanced between us. The relief on the villagers' faces as we approach the cave is a balm to my heart. Men, women, and children alike gather around. Their gratitude is palpable as they behold the beast that will ensure their survival for the coming days. "Look at the size of that thing!" a man exclaims, his eyes wide with wonder. "Thrag, you've outdone yourself." The women soon spring into action. Their hands are deft and efficient as they begin the task of preparing the meat. A fire is stoked, pots and pans brought out, and the smell of cooking food soon fills the air. As Thrag stands beside me, I can't help but smile up at him. "You've done more than enough," I tell him. He grunts. "There's still more I can do," he says. "I can hunt again. Find something larger." I reach for his hand, my fingers intertwining with his. "Thrag, you've given us hope, a chance to make it through the winter," I say, my grip tightening. "Let the others share the burden now. We need to prepare for what comes next." He looks down at me, a frown creasing his brow, and says, "But what if it's not enough? What if—" I cut him off with a shake of my head. "We'll manage, together," I reassure him. The remnants of the feast smoulder in the fire pit, casting a warm glow over the faces gathered within the cave. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meat and the sound of laughter, a rare melody in these harsh times. I watch Thrag from the corner of my eye, his formidable form dwarfing the humans around him. Yet, there's a new ease in the way he carries himself, a softness that wasn't there before. As the crowd begins to disperse, Thrag's gaze finds mine. "Come with me," he says. There's a hint of something unreadable in his eyes, a spark that sets my heart fluttering. He leads me deeper into the cave, past the flickering torchlight, and into the shadows where the villagers seldom venture. My boots crunch on the stone floor, the sound echoing off the cavernous walls. We soon arrive at a secluded area, a natural alcove hidden from view. "We can make this our home," Thrag declares, his voice echoing slightly in the intimate space. A warmth spreads within me, and I blink at him in surprise. "You want me to live with you?" I ask. He nods, his gaze steady and unwavering. "I want to protect you. Always," he says. His words ignite a fire within my soul. I throw my arms around him. "Thank you," I whisper. I pull back just enough to look into his eyes, my hands resting on his chest. "Yes, Thrag. I'll live here with you," I declare. A thrill of excitement courses through me, mingled with a thread of trepidation. We're stepping into uncharted territory, an orc and a human choosing to share a life together. But as I stare into his golden eyes, any lingering doubts melt away. I love him, and that's all that matters. "I love you, Thrag," I say, the words spilling from my lips with an ease that startles me. A slow smile spreads across his face, transforming his rugged features into something truly breathtaking. "You're the best gift I've ever had," he murmurs, pulling me close. Our lips meet in a kiss that speaks volumes. A promise, a vow to stand by each other, no matter what the future holds. When we finally break apart, I rest my head against his chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heart. "This might be the best Christmas ever," I tell him. He chuckles, the sound vibrating through his chest. "My first Christmas," he muses, "and the best gift I could ask for is right here in my arms." We stand there for a long moment, wrapped in each other's embrace. I can't help but marvel at how far we've come, from wary adversaries to unlikely allies, and now to something so much more. As the night wears on, the cave's embrace is a warm cocoon against the chill. Thrag's massive form is a comforting presence at my back. His steady breathing is a soothing rhythm, lulling me toward sleep. I can't help but smile into the darkness, my heart alight with a giddy anticipation. "Thrag," I whisper, my voice barely above a breath. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. I can't wait to share it with you." He stirs behind me, his arm tightening around my waist as he pulls me closer. "What is this Christmas Eve?" he asks, his voice rumbling through his chest and into mine. I turn in his arms to face him, my hand coming up to trace the line of his jaw. It's the day before Christmas. It's a time for family and friends to come together, to share a meal and exchange gifts. It's about giving and being thankful for what we have, I explain. His golden eyes search mine, a flicker of curiosity kindling within their depths. "And you celebrate this Christmas Eve every year?" he asks. I nod, my fingers threading through the hair at the nape of his neck. "Yes, it's a tradition. Even in these dark times, it's important to hold on to those small moments of joy," I reply softly. A soft sigh escapes him, his gaze dropping to my lips before returning to meet my eyes. "Then I will share this Christmas Eve with you, Claire," he says, his voice laced with a quiet resolve. "I may not understand all of your human customs, but I understand the importance of being together." My heart swells at his words. "We'll make it work," I assure him, pressing a gentle kiss to his lips. "We'll find a way to celebrate, even if it's just the two of us."
Chapter 31. Thrag. The dawn greets me with the sound of laughter echoing through the cave, a sound that's become more frequent since I chose to cast my lot with these humans. The air is rich with the scent of cooking meat, a reminder of the beast I felled to feed this settlement. My body protests as I rise, the exertions of the past days etched into my muscles, but the ache is a welcome one. It is proof of my purpose, my place among these people. I step outside, the chill of the morning nipping at my skin. The settlement is alive with activity, men and women working together to prepare for the coming celebration. Claire has spoken of it often. Christmas, a time of giving and joy in the human world. I still don't quite grasp the concept, but seeing the smiles on their faces, I find myself wanting to understand. "Thrag!" someone shouts. One of the men, a burly fellow named Gareth, waves me over. He's holding a bundle of wood and twine, a confused smile on his face. "Come on, we're making gifts for tonight," he says. I tilt my head at the word gifts, stirring a memory of Claire's voice. "Gifts? For what purpose?" I ask. The men chuckle. "For Christmas Eve, of course." "You've been here long enough. Don't tell me Claire hasn't explained it to you," one says. I grunt. "She mentioned it," I say gruffly. "But the meaning is unclear." They guide me to a makeshift workstation where an array of tools and supplies are spread out. "Pick something, make something with your own hands," Gareth urges. "It's tradition. Show someone you care." My gaze falls upon a pile of wood, and an idea takes root. My hands, more accustomed to the weight of an axe than the delicate touch of a carver, hesitate for a moment before selecting a piece of smooth, pale wood. In my mind's eye, I see Claire. Her warm smile, the gentle curve of her cheek, the light in her eyes. As my rough hands work the wood, the men exchange glances, their surprise evident. One leans over, a grin spreading across his face. "Looks like someone has someone special in mind," he muses. I ignore the teasing, focusing instead on the task at hand. The wood yields to my touch, revealing the shape of Claire hidden within. Hours pass as I pour my heart into the figurine. Finally, the figure of Claire emerges from the wood, a small, imperfect representation of the woman who has come to mean more to me than I ever thought possible. The men gather around, their faces lighting up with astonishment. "That's incredible," Gareth murmurs, picking up the figurine with a gentleness that surprises me. "You've got a talent there, big guy." I grunt, feeling a flush of pride warm my chest. For the first time in a long time, I feel a sense of belonging, of camaraderie. The men laugh and joke with me, their initial wariness replaced by a grudging respect and acceptance. As I show them how to carve, offering advice and demonstrating techniques, I can't help but marvel at the path my life has taken. Once a solitary wanderer, I'm now part of something greater, a community, a family. And at the heart of it all is Claire, the human who has taught me that even an orc can find a place among those he once considered enemies. As the day progresses, the cave hums with the energy of preparation. Women bustle about, their hands skilled in the art of turning limited provisions into a feast. Laughter rings out, a sound I've grown accustomed to, and for a moment I allow myself to feel a part of it all. This is Christmas. The tradition remains foreign to me, yet seeing the joy it brings to their faces kindles something warm within me. I clutch the small wooden figurine in my hand. It's a crude representation of Claire, her likeness captured in the grain of the wood. My first gift, fashioned with my own hands. As evening falls, the villagers gather near the central fire, their faces aglow with anticipation. I scan the crowd for Claire, my heart pounding in a way that's become alarmingly familiar. Her laughter rises above the din, and I spot her near the back. She turns, her warm brown eyes meeting mine, and the world seems to shrink to the space between us. I take a step toward her, ready to present my gift, when a sudden snap echoes through the cave, followed by the low rumble of movement from somewhere outside. The laughter dies, replaced by a heavy silence that chills my blood. Gareth stands, his face ashen. "The traps! They've been triggered," he says, his voice filled with panic. My stomach tightens. "Stay here," I command, my voice echoing through the cave. "I'll see what's happening." I charge into the darkness, my breath forming clouds in the frigid air. As I approach the edge of our hidden sanctuary, I find the traps in disarray, a clear sign of intrusion. My mind races. Could it be a wild beast? But deep down, I know the chances are slim. The traps are designed to deter more than just the average predator. The crunch of snow under heavy boots alerts me to their presence, and I quickly dart behind a large tree. My keen eyes soon spot the source of the intrusion. Up the far hillside is a group of ice-fang orcs, their icy blue skin a stark contrast against the white landscape. My blood boils at the sight. How did they find us? This place was a secret, concealed by both magic and the natural cloak of the cliffs. Betrayal. The word slipped softly from my lips, a harsh whisper lost in the wind. Someone must have led them here. The realization twists like a dagger in my gut. Trust is a luxury I can ill afford, yet it seems I've been too generous with it.
Chapter 32. Claire. The echo of Thrag's footsteps is swallowed by the thick blanket of snow outside the cave. I clutch my locket tightly, the cool metal a small comfort against the icy chill of fear that creeps up my spine. My pulse throbs in my ears, a persistent drumbeat echoing the unease that has settled over the cave. The crackle of the central fire is a mere whisper against the heavy silence that has fallen over the villagers. They huddle together, their faces etched with worry, their whispers a low murmur that fills the cave with an undercurrent of dread. Their eyes dart nervously toward the entrance where Thrag disappeared into the night. I can feel their hope waning, their faith in Thrag, and in me, teetering on the brink of collapse. I pace the length of the cave, my gaze fixed on the entrance, willing Thrag to reappear unscathed. My mind whirls with grim scenarios, each more harrowing than the last. The Icefang Orcs are merciless, their cruelty legendary amongst our people. What if Thrag's strength isn't enough this time? What if I never see his golden eyes again, never hear the gruff cadence of his voice? The weight of the villagers' collective gaze on me is a physical presence, but I push it aside, focusing instead on the faint rustle of snow and the distant snap of twigs that will herald Thrag's approach. And then I hear just that. He soon emerges from the darkness, his massive frame filling the cave's entrance. My heart surges with relief at the sight of him, though the tension in his broad shoulders suggests the situation is far from resolved. His golden eyes dim with a grave warning. "The Icefang clan," he announces, his voice a low rumble that resonates through the cavernous space. "They've found us." The words slice through the crowd, unleashing a torrent of gasps and murmured disbelief. My heart plummets. The fragile sense of security we've built here shatters. "How?" a voice demands. "This place is hidden." Accusatory fingers point in Thrag's direction, the air thickening with suspicion and fear. "It's him!" a man shouts, his face contorted with rage. "He's one of them. Why else would they find us?" My chest constricts, a surge of protective fury rising within me. "That's not true!" I snap, stepping forward to shield Thrag from the onslaught of their doubt. A rock whizzes past me, landing with a thud near Thrag's feet. My breath hitches. My hand instinctively reaches for the locket that hangs against my chest, a silent prayer for strength. "Enough!" Thrag's voice booms, his massive hands clenching into fists at his sides, but I can see the pain in his eyes, the sting of betrayal that he tries so hard to mask. I place a gentle hand against his chest, feeling the steady thrum of his heart beneath my fingertips. "Stop," I whisper, my gaze locked with his. "Don't fight the villagers." His expression softens, the tension in his body ebbing away slightly as he acknowledges my silent plea. "I won't," he promises. I turn to face the crowd, my voice steady despite the turmoil that churns within me. "Thrag has risked his life for us. He's not our enemy," I tell them. Murmurs ripple through the villagers. Their certainty wavers as they grapple with my words. I can see the hesitation in their eyes, the flicker of doubt that threatens to ignite into fear once more. Vincent's voice suddenly slices through the crowd's murmurs, his tone resolute. "We can't fight the Icefang clan on our own. We need Thrag," he insists. His words echo off the stone walls, and the villagers exchange wary glances. Reluctant nods ripple through the crowd, a testament to their desperation. I turn to Thrag, my heart a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. "What do we do?" I ask, my voice barely more than a whisper. He hesitates, the gears of his mind visibly turning as he contemplates our grim options. I'll challenge their leader, he finally declares, his golden eyes locked on mine. If I win, they'll leave. A cold shiver traces its way down my spine. No, Thrag, you can't, I plead, my hands reaching for him instinctively. It's too dangerous. He cups my face gently, his touch a stark contrast to the rough calluses that mark his palms. I have to, he insists, his voice a low rumble that resonates deep within me. For all of you. For you. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, my vision blurring as I cling to him. Promise me you'll come back. I choke out, my fingers curling into the fabric of his tunic. He leans down, the warmth of his breath a fleeting comfort against my skin. I promise, he vows, pressing his forehead to mine in a silent pledge. With a gentle hand, he guides me away from the prying eyes of the villagers, carving out a sliver of solitude for us amidst the chaos. Our lips meet in a desperate, lingering kiss, the crackling fire the only sound in the room. It's a kiss born of fear and desperation, a silent exchange of all the words we dare not speak aloud. As we pull away, I search his gaze, seeking reassurance in the depths of his golden eyes. Thrag, He presses a finger to my lips, silencing my protest before it can fully form. I know, he murmurs, the corners of his eyes crinkling with a sad smile. I feel the same. We stand there for a moment, lost in the gravity of our situation. My mind races, a whirlwind of fear and uncertainty that threatens to overwhelm me. But when I look at Thrag, I see a steadfast resolve that bolsters my courage. He's a beacon of strength in this dark, uncertain world. The villagers soon turn to us, and I can feel their hope resting precariously on Thrag's massive shoulders, a burden he carries without complaint.
Chapter 33. Thrag. The icy wind howls through the night, carrying with it the stench of the Icefang Orcs. My heart thumps in my chest as I stride toward the clearing, my broad shoulders squared and my grip tight on my axe. The moonlight casts an ethereal glow on the snow-covered landscape, turning the world into a canvas of silver and black. My eyes, honed by countless battles, scan the tree line. I soon spot the movement, and the Icefang Orcs emerge from the trees. The sight of them stirs a familiar rage within me, a burning ember forged in the ashes of my past. The leader Vorak steps forward from the ranks of his clan, a smug grin on his face. "Thrag," he calls out, his voice a gravelly rumble. "I didn't think I'd see you again." I try to keep my expression impassive, though the sight of him stirs a tempest of rage within me. My golden eyes narrow slightly. "How did you find us?" I demand, my words echoing off the snow-dusted cliffs. I make sure my voice carries back to the cave, hoping the villagers, including Claire, can hear the truth of their betrayal. His chuckle is a hollow sound that reverberates off the trees. "People talk when they're hungry, Thrag. Survival makes cowards of us all," he says snidely. The implications of his words curl in my gut. Someone within the village has sold their soul for the promise of survival. The betrayal stings sharper than any blade. My blood is boiling, but I don't let my anger cloud my judgment. I need answers. "Who betrayed us?" I demand, my gaze sweeping over the gathered orcs. Vorak shrugs nonchalantly. "Does it matter? You're outnumbered, and your precious humans are no match for us," he replies smugly. Before I can retort, 3 of Vorak's minions charge at me, their weapons raised high. My instincts kick in, and I stand strong, ready to meet their assault with the solid steel of my axe. The first orc lunges at me, his axe a blur of silver. I sidestep, my boots crunching in the snow, and swing my own axe in a vicious arc. The blade bites into his armor, eliciting a grunt of pain as he stumbles forward. I follow through with a swift kick to his back, sending him sprawling into the snow. "Not so tough now, are you?" I growl, my voice a deep rumble that cuts through the chaos of battle. The second orc is on me in an instant, his sword slashing toward my exposed flank. I pivot, catching his blade with the haft of my axe, and drive my fist into his face. Bone crunches beneath my knuckles and he reels backward, blood streaming from his broken nose. The third orc circles me warily, his eyes darting between his fallen comrades and the sharp edge of my axe. "You're a dead orc, Thrag," he spits, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and hatred. I grin, baring my teeth in a feral smile. "Come and claim your prize, then," I taunt, beckoning him closer with a wave of my hand. He charges, his battle cry a high-pitched wail that shatters the silence of the night. I stand my ground, waiting until the last possible second before I strike. My axe slices through the air, meeting his sword with a resounding clang that reverberates in my chest. We lock eyes, our faces inches apart, our breaths mingling in the frigid air. I can see the moment his resolve crumbles, the flicker of doubt that creeps into his gaze. With a snarl, I shove him away and he stumbles, off balance and vulnerable. I don't hesitate. My axe descends in a deadly arc, biting deep into his shoulder. He cries out, his sword falling from limp fingers and crumples to the ground, a whimpering heap of defeated orc. The clearing falls silent, save for the ragged panting of the survivors and the low moans of the wounded. I stand over the fallen orcs, my chest heaving, the taste of victory sharp on my tongue. My golden eyes scan the crowd of Icefang orcs, daring them to send more of their warriors to their doom. My heart beats like a war drum in my chest, the adrenaline of battle still coursing through my veins. The circle of Icefang orcs parts, revealing Vorak. His icy eyes survey the fallen before returning to me with grudging admiration. "Well done, Thrag," Vorak calls out. "It's been a long time since anyone from your pathetic excuse of a clan has shown any semblance of skill." My jaw tightens at his words. "You want to fight? Fight me. Leave them out of it," I growl. A murmur ripples through the ranks of the Icefangs, their growls of anticipation hanging heavy in the frosty air. Vorak's grin widens, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. "A duel, then? Orc against orc?" he asks, amused. The circle closes in around us, a living wall of muscle and menace. I tighten my grip on my axe, the worn leather of the handle comforting beneath my fingers. My muscles coil like a spring, ready to unleash hell upon Vorak's arrogant hide. "If I win, you leave. If you win, take what you want," I bark. Vorak nods, the light from the moon casting an ethereal glow on his cruel features. "Agreed," he says confidently. The circle tightens, and I can feel the collective breath of the onlookers held in suspense. My golden eyes lock onto Vorak's, reading the eagerness for combat that mirrors my own. We are predators, he and I, cut from the same brutal cloth, yet set on opposing paths by fate's capricious hand. "I won't go down easy," I warn, my voice a low growl that reverberates in the stillness. Vorak chuckles, his own weapon, a massive double-bladed axe, gleaming wickedly in the moonlight. "I'd expect no less from you, Thrag," he sneers. We circle each other, our movements fluid and measured, the snow crunches beneath our boots, the only sound in the otherwise silent expanse of the clearing. Chapter 34. Thrag. My heart thunders in my chest as the circle of orcs tightens around Vorak and me. The snow beneath our boots is churned and bloodied from my earlier skirmish with the 3 orcs. The icy air cuts through the thin layer of sweat coating my skin, but the chill does nothing to cool the fire raging within me. Vorak swings his massive double-bladed axe first with a growl, the steel slicing through the air like a deadly whisper. I dodge, the spray of displaced snow, a crisp counterpoint to the roar of battle in my ears. My muscles coil and release as I counter with a heavy swing of my own axe. The impact reverberates up my arms, a jarring clash of metal that echoes through the silent forest. You're slower than I remember, Vorik, I taunt, my voice a low rumble that cuts through the din. He snarls, his icy eyes narrowing with fury. I'll carve that smirk off your face, Thrag! He growls. We surge together again, a brutal ballet of fists and axes. Our roars blend with the clash of steel, the sound of primal song that speaks of survival and dominance. I feel the sting of Vorik's blade as it grazes my side, a line of fire that only fuels my determination. I push through the pain, my own weapon finding its mark. Vorik grunts, staggering back as blood blossoms on his thigh. Is that all you've got? I challenge, circling him like the predator I am. His lips peel back in another snarl. I'll grind your bones to dust, traitor, he seethes. We clash again, our axes meeting in a shower of sparks. I can feel the eyes of the ice fangs on us, their breaths held in anticipation. They see Vorik as their champion, their hope for victory. But they don't know me. They don't know the depths of my resolve, the strength born of loss and redemption. I drive Vorik back with a flurry of blows, each one a declaration of my refusal to yield. You're nothing without your clan, he spits, his voice laced with venom. My jaw tightens and I strike with renewed fury. I am the clan, I roar. I am its memory, its vengeance. Our battle rages on, a testament to the warrior code that binds us both. We are evenly matched, our blows landing with brutal precision. Vorik and I are locked in a dance of death, our weapons clashing with a ferocity that could shake the heavens. Each strike is evidence of our brute strength, each parry a display of our skill. This is the way of our kind, honor won through combat. But then, a sound pierces the night, a sound that chills my very soul. Screams erupt from the cave, not the battle cries of warriors, but the terror-filled shrieks of the innocent. My heart sinks, and for a split second my focus wavers. Vorik seizes that moment of distraction, barreling toward me with renewed vigor. Pain explodes across my ribs and the metallic taste of blood fills my mouth as Vorik's fists pummel into me like the relentless hammering of a blacksmith. Each blow is a brutal reminder of the cost of failure, of the precious lives hanging in the balance. But it's the thought of Claire, her warm brown eyes filled with trust and hope, that fuels my iron will to push beyond my limits. I stumble, my vision swimming with stars, but I refuse to fall. I'm suddenly overtaken by a desperate need to protect what's mine. Claire, I whisper, her name a sacred mantra that strengthens my resolve. Vorik laughs, a cruel mocking sound that grates against my every nerve. What's the matter, Thrag? Missing your little human pet? He taunts. Rage courses through me, hot and wild. No, I love Claire. The realization is as sharp and clear as the glint of Vorik's axe in the moonlight. Love, a sentiment once foreign to my warrior's heart, now defines it, beats for it. I cannot, will not let this be the end. Not for her. Not for us. With a roar that tears from the depths of my being, I channel all my fear, all my love for Claire into one final, devastating attack. I drive my axe into Vorik's stomach, the blade sinking deep into his flesh. His eyes widen in shock, his laughter dying in his throat as the lifeblood pours from his wound, staining the snow a deep, dark crimson. I twist the axe, pulling it free with a sickening squelch. His lips move, forming silent words, but no sound escapes. With a final shuddering breath, Vorik collapses, his body going limp in the snow. The Icefang Orcs watch in stunned silence as their leader falls. I stand over Vorik's body, my chest heaving, my axe dripping with his blood. I've avenged my clan, I've protected the humans, and I've proven myself as a warrior and a leader. But as I turn to look at the cave, my victory feels hollow. Flames lick at the cave's entrance, their fiery tongues consuming the sanctuary we've built. Smoke billows into the night sky, a dark plume that serves as a grim beacon. The screams grow louder, more desperate, and my heart shatters into 1,000 pieces. Claire. Her name is a prayer on my lips, a plea to any god who might be listening. My knees buckle and I drop to the ground, my body screaming in protest. Pain lances through me, a stark reminder of the toll this battle has taken. I can feel the warmth of my blood seeping into the snow. I try to rise, to go to her, but my battered body refuses to cooperate. My vision blurs, the faces of the villagers swimming before my eyes. I can hear the Ice Fangs murmuring among themselves, their voices a low, ominous rumble. They are leaderless now, uncertain of what comes next. But their uncertainty is nothing compared to the fear gnawing at my gut.
Chapter 35. Claire. The air inside the cave is thick with the acrid stench of smoke, and the glow of the raging fire dances across the faces of the villagers, casting long, twisted shadows on the walls. My heart pounds in my chest as I watch the chaos unfold. The heat of the flames is a cruel mimicry of the warmth we'd hoped to share on this Christmas Eve. Around me, the villagers are in a state of pandemonium, their shouts echoing off the stone walls of our makeshift sanctuary. The fire spreads rapidly, consuming the few belongings we managed to bring with us. "It was me," a voice cuts through the chaos, heavy with guilt. I turn to see Samuel, a man I've taught and trusted, stepping forward with his head bowed. "I told the Icefang clan where we were. I did it to save my family." My heart plummets. Betrayal is a bitter poison, seeping into the cracks of our fragile community. Angry shouts erupt as the villagers close in on Samuel, their faces contorted with rage. "How could you do this?" they scream, their fists flying. Each word is a punch to the gut, a reminder of the fragility of our existence. Samuel crumples under the impact of their outrage, his body convulsing with each blow. "You've doomed us all," they scream. I should feel something, anger perhaps, or a sense of profound disappointment. But all I can think about is Thrag. My Thrag, out there facing an enemy that shouldn't have found us, all because of a selfish act of desperation. "Stop," I shout, my voice barely audible over the din of the crowd. "We need to help Thrag." But my words are lost in the frenzy, their focus solely on the traitor in their midst. I push through the throng of bodies, my gaze fixed on the cave's entrance. I can't just stand here while the man I love fights for our lives. Outside, he's facing down the Icefang Orcs, his life hanging by a thread. I can't bear the thought of losing him, not when we've just found each other in this bleak, unforgiving world. I need to get to him, to stand by his side. Suddenly, a firm hand grips my arm, pulling me back. "Claire, you can't go out there," Elder Vincent exclaims, his voice stern. "It's too dangerous." His eyes are filled with concern. "Let me go!" I scream. My voice is sharp, a blade slicing through the cacophony. I wrench my arm away, my resolve hardening with each passing second. "I won't let Thrag face them alone," I say, my voice steady, despite the fear gnawing at my insides. I rush towards the cave entrance. The din of battle outside the cave dwindles to an eerie silence so abruptly that it sends a shiver down my spine. My heart, which had been pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribcage, now seems to skip a beat altogether. I push past the villagers, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty, and emerge into the cold, crisp air of the night. There, in the clearing ahead, lies Thrag in the snow. My heart plummets at the sight of him, his massive form so still, so silent. Blood pools beneath him, a stark contrast to the white blanket of snow. "No!" I scream, the sound tearing from my throat as I run and drop to my knees beside him. His breaths come shallow and ragged, each one a battle in itself. I cradle his head in my lap, my hands trembling as I brush hair away from his face. "Thrag, you can't leave me," I whisper, my voice breaking with emotion. The villagers soon gather around us, their murmurs a low hum in the background. Elder Vincent steps forward, his face a mask of grief. "He's too far gone," he says, his voice heavy with regret. "We can't save him." A murmur of agreement ripples through the crowd. their eyes dark with resignation. "We have no supplies." One of them says, "It's best to end his suffering." My heart rebels against their words, a surge of anger and desperation welling up within me. "You can't just give up on him," I cry out, my gaze sweeping over the faces of those I once considered my people. "He fought for us. We owe him this." But my pleas fall on deaf ears. A group of men suddenly steps forward. My blood runs cold as I realize their intent. "Stop!" I scream loudly, tightening my hold on Thrag. "You're not going to kill him." Despite my protests, they manage to pry Thrag from my arms, their movements rough and uncaring. I cling to him desperately, my nails digging into the fabric of his tunic, but they pull him quickly away. "Where are you taking him?" I plead, tears streaming down my face. They ignore my question, their determination unwavering as they carry him away from the clearing into the dark embrace of the forest. I scramble quickly to my feet, my heart pounding with desperation as I chase after them. "You can't let him die!" I scream relentlessly, my voice echoing through the still night air. The forest is a labyrinth of shadows, the moonlight filtering through the canopy above to cast eerie patterns on the snow-covered ground. I follow the trail of blood, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps as I struggle to keep up with the men. Finally, they stop, their bodies silhouetted against the backdrop of the forest. I rush toward them, my hands outstretched in a silent plea. "Please," I beg, my voice barely above a whisper. "There has to be another way." One of the men turns to face me, his eyes hard and unyielding. "Claire," he says, his tone almost apologetic. "He's suffering. It's a mercy to end it." I shake my head, my mind racing as I search for a solution. "No," I insist, my voice steadfast. "There's always hope. We can't just give up on him."
Orcs, gargoyles, vampires, ice monsters, demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 36. Claire. The cold night air cuts through my heavy coat as I stand in the middle of the forest. My heart aches at the sight of Thrag's motionless form against the snow. The men who had carried him here, with the intention of ending his suffering, now regard me with a mixture of pity and impatience. I refuse to let them extinguish the spark of hope that still flickers within me. "No," I say again, the word a lifeline I cling to with desperate fingers. "There's always hope." My mind races, searching for the right words, the right argument to make them see reason. But before I can speak, a new voice slices through the tension-laden air. "Enough!" The command is sharp, authoritative. Elder Vincent emerges from the trees. Beside him walks the oldest member of our village, a man named Alfonso, whose presence commands much respect. Alfonso's gaze sweeps over the assembled men and me before settling on Thrag. "This orc," he begins, his voice carrying the burden of many winters, "has done more for our settlement than some of our own kin. He has fought for us, bled for us, and if we must exhaust every last resource we have to save him, then that is what we shall do." A murmur ripples through the men, a wave of surprise and uncertainty. They exchange glances, their resolve wavering under the weight of Alfonso's decree. Vincent nods solemnly, his eyes meeting mine. "We owe him that much," he says, his voice firm. "Let's get him back to the clearing outside the cave." The men, spurred into action by the elder's words, lift Thrag carefully and begin the trek back to the cave. I follow close behind, my eyes never leaving Thrag's ashen face. As we reach the clearing, the other villagers break into applause, their cheers echoing through the night. Even those who had advocated for Thrag's swift end now nod in agreement. I fall to my knees beside Thrag, my hands hovering over his wounds. "We're going to save you," I whisper, my voice trembling with emotion. "I promise." Vincent and Alfonso join me, their expressions grave but resolute. "We'll need to work quickly," Alfonso says, his hands steady as he assesses Thrag's injuries. I allow myself a brief moment of relief. Thrag is not out of danger yet, but for the first time since this ordeal began, I feel a glimmer of hope. I turn to Vincent, my eyes brimming with tears. "Thank you," I say, my voice choked with gratitude, for standing up for him, for giving him a chance. Vincent places a comforting hand on my shoulder. "It was the right thing to do," he says simply. "And besides, I've seen the way you look at him, the way he looks at you. Love like that, it's worth fighting for." Then Alfonso places his weathered hand on my other shoulder. "This is the spirit of Christmas, child," he says, his voice steady despite the turmoil surrounding us. "Thrag is our Santa, not just for the children but for all of us. Saving him is the greatest gift we could give him." The villagers, once divided by fear and suspicion, now move with a singular purpose, their actions a testament to the unity Alfonso's wisdom inspires. Even Samuel, filled with deep remorse, helps in the quest to save Thrag. They carry Thrag's massive, unconscious form to Alfonso's hut nearby. I refuse to leave his side, my fingers brushing against Thrag's as I whisper, "Please, wake up, please." Inside the hut, the air is thick with the scent of herbs and the tension of our collective anxiety. Alfonso's hands move with practiced precision as he stitches wounds and applies salves, his concentration unbroken even as sweat beads on his furrowed brow. I watch, helpless as the old man works tirelessly to mend the damage wrought by the battle. My own hands clench and unclench in my lap, the urge to do something, anything to alleviate Thrag's pain nearly overwhelming. The night wears on, the flickering candlelight casting long, dancing shadows across the hut's interior. Outside, the villagers keep watch, their vigilance a silent vow to protect Thrag. Alfonso finally leans back, his work complete for the moment. He meets my gaze, his eyes reflecting a sorrow tempered by hope. "We've done all we can for now," he says softly. "The rest is up to him, and fate." I swallow hard, my throat tight with unshed tears. "Thank you, Alfonso," I whisper, my voice barely louder than the whispering flames of the hearth. "For everything." As the old man leaves the room to rest, I am left alone with Thrag, save for the soft, rhythmic sound of his laboured breathing. I reach out, gently tracing the contours of his face. "You can't leave me now, Thrag," I murmur, my words a silent prayer to whatever higher power might be listening. "Not when I've only just found you, not when we have so much left to discover, about each other, about this world, about the future we could build together." I think back to the first time I saw him, his imposing figure cutting through the snow-laden forest with a grace that belied his formidable size. I remember the fear that had coiled in my stomach, the assumption that he, like the other orcs I had encountered, was a threat to be avoided at all costs. But Thrag had proven me wrong, his actions time and again revealing a depth of character and an inner strength that had nothing to do with brute force. He had become my protector, my confidant, my partner in navigating the tumultuous waters of our shared existence. And now, as I sit vigil by his side, I realise with a clarity that pierces my very soul that I love him. Fully, unconditionally, and with a passion that ignites a fire within me. With renewed resolve, I vow to remain by his side, to be his anchor in the storm that rages around us. I will be there when he wakes, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, together. Because that is what love is, a promise, a commitment, a bond that transcends the boundaries of race, of caste, of the very world itself.
Chapter 37. Thrag. My body feels like it's been hit by a boulder, each movement a harsh reminder of the battle I barely survived. Groaning, I try to push myself up, but a searing pain in my side forces me back down. The room spins, and for a moment, I wonder if I've been dragged into the afterlife. Am I dead? I ask aloud. My voice is a raw croak, the words barely recognizable. A sharp intake of breath cuts through the fog in my head, and I squint through the haze. Claire's face swims into view, her eyes filled with tears. Her hands are cold against my skin, but the warmth in her touch anchors me to the present. "You're awake!" she breathes out. Claire's relief pours out in sobs as she leans over me, her forehead resting against mine. "You scared me," she whispers. "It's been 3 days. I thought I'd lost you." Still feeling confused, I look around the room out of the corner of my eyes. I'm lying in a strange bed, the walls of the hut lined with herbs and medical supplies. It's cramped and smells of the earth, but it's shelter, and it's where she's been. 3 days? Christmas? I ruined it! I ask, my voice reflecting my confusion. Claire lets out a watery chuckle, shaking her head. "No, you big idiot. I don't care about Christmas. I care about you," she says softly. My brow furrows, confusion still clouding my thoughts. Why does she care so much for someone like me? An orc, a former warrior, a wanderer with no home? I didn't realize how deeply you felt, I managed to say, my voice but a whisper. Claire pulls back slightly, her gaze locked onto mine. "I love you very much, Thrag," she says, her words steady and sure. "Unconditionally, forever and always." The intensity of her gaze, the raw honesty in her voice. It's too much, yet not enough. My heart thunders in my chest, responding to her declaration with an undeniable truth of my own. "I love you too, Claire," I say, the words feeling right, like the missing piece of a puzzle I never knew was incomplete. I try to move to hold her, but my body protests in pain. But that pain is eclipsed by a warmth in my chest I've never felt before. Her words, that declaration of love, has seeped into my very soul. "You've shown me more kindness and generosity than I thought possible in this harsh world. You make me want to be better, to heal, to protect," I say to her. "But I must ask you." She silences me with a gentle fingertip to my lips. "You don't have to say it," she whispers. "But I need her to know, to affirm it, to make the dream that started to flourish within the barren wasteland of my heart a reality." I cradle her hand, pressing her palm against my cheek, a silent oath to honor and protect her always. "Claire, will you be my mate?" I ask, my voice unusually soft. A tremor runs through her, a visible sign of the raw emotion that surges between us, and then she smiles, lighting up the dimly lit hut with her radiant joy. "Yes," she answers without hesitation. "I will, Thrag." Our lips meet in an affirmation of our soul's contract. It is tender yet fleeting, a mere brush of vulnerability, interrupted by a sharp cry from me. "How careful," I grumble, wincing from the shooting pain across my ribcage. Claire pulls back slightly, the corners of her mouth twitching upward into an impish smirk that I find more endearing than I should. She playfully chides me. "Behave, or I'll make you wait another 3 days to kiss me again." This small act of defiance is quintessentially Claire, a beacon of light in a never-ending night. I can't help but chuckle, the vibration of my chest causing me more discomfort. But still, I revel in this moment. She suddenly unveils something from her pocket, A red scarf. She holds it out to me, and I see that the stitches are imperfect and uneven but crafted with an indisputable love and care. I made this for you, Thrag. Merry Christmas, she says softly. Her gesture reminds me of the gift I made for her, that I was supposed to give her on Christmas Eve. The memory of that wooden figurine feels like a boulder sitting heavily atop the wreckage that is my body. What was supposed to be the embodiment of my understanding of the human tradition and my appreciation for her resilient spirit now rests among the trampled snow, destroyed in that fateful battle. Shame coils in the pit of my stomach at the loss of her Christmas gift, a tangible representation of my affection towards her. It was a beautiful gift, Claire, I say. I struggle to find the right words, my grasp of human customs still frustratingly inadequate. She dismisses my concerns with an ease that astounds me, the depth of her empathy a constant mystery. Her fingers trace over the faded scars of my brow, her tender touch stirring something in me. You have already given me the most precious Christmas gift, my love, she reassures me with a conviction I'm unaccustomed to. With every heartbeat, Thrag, you remind us all what it means to fight, to survive. You saved us, brought us to safety, sheltered us with your valor. The best gift has been having you here beside me, alive. That is all I would ever want this Christmas. In this moment with Claire, with her simple, unornamented love and the imperfect red scarf I now hold like a precious relic of our past, I no longer see myself as that lost and wandering brute without purpose or heart. No, in this woman's eyes and in this simple gift's stitches lies the irrefutable truth. I am the protector of her joy, and she is mine forever.
Chapter 38. Claire. The morning of our mating ceremony dawns bright and crisp, the sky a clear canvas of pale blue overhead. Our settlement, once a place of ruin and despair, now thrives with life and hope, its transformation as remarkable as the journey Thrag and I have embarked upon together. I stand before a polished piece of metal that serves as a makeshift mirror, my hands smoothing the fabric of my dress, a patchwork of garments stitched together by the women of our village. The red and gold threads catch the light, making the material shimmer. My hair, usually a wild tangle of auburn waves, is tamed into a braid, adorned with sprigs of wintergreen and tiny white flowers that manage to defy the harsh winter. Thrag waits for me at the heart of the settlement, his towering figure draped in a new cloak, the colours of which match my dress. His golden eyes meet mine, and even from a distance, I can see the warmth and pride reflected in them. It's a stark contrast to the savage warrior I first encountered in the wilderness, his transformation no less profound than our surroundings. Alfonso stands between us, his voice steady and resonant as he officiates the ceremony. The words he speaks weave a tapestry of commitment and unity, each vow a thread binding Thrag and me together. Do you, Claire, take Thrag as your mate, to face battles and joys alike? Alfonso asks, his gaze unwavering. A smile tugs at my lips, my heart thrumming with an irrepressible joy. I do, I reply. Alfonso turns to Thrag, who stands with a quiet strength beside me. And do you, Thrag, take Claire to protect and cherish until your last breath? He asks. Thrag's deep voice rumbles through the air, each word a solemn vow. I do, he says. A cheer erupts from the villagers surrounding us, their voices a symphony of celebration. Thrag's hand envelops mine, his touch a comforting presence. Our lips meet in a kiss that seals our union, the world around us fading into a blur of warmth and colour. As the ceremony concludes, the villagers crowd around us, their faces alight with smiles and tears. Thrag's hand is firm and reassuring in mine as we weave through the crowd of revellers. His wounds have healed remarkably well under Alfonso's attentive care, and the strength with which he moves is a testament to his Orcish resilience. You look like you've just been handed the keys to the kingdom, I tease, my eyes sparkling. He grins down at me, his golden eyes alight with a joy that is both infectious and humbling. With you by my side, I already hold the greatest treasure, he replies, his voice a deep rumble that sends a pleasant shiver down my spine. The rhythmic pounding of the drums soon reverberates through the earth. Banners of red and gold flutter in the wind, casting a vibrant glow over the settlement. The scent of roasted meat and spiced cider fills the air. The villagers have embraced the Orcish tradition of dance with a fervour that speaks volumes of their newfound acceptance. The ground trembles beneath the weight of their stomping feet as they move in a rhythm that is as ancient as the mountains that cradle our valley. Thrag leads me into the throng, his hand guiding me with a gentle firmness. We spin and twist, our bodies moving in harmony with the music. Laughter bubbles up from my chest, pure and uninhibited, as he lifts me effortlessly, his strength undiminished by the injuries he so recently sustained. "Again!" someone shouts from the crowd, and a chorus of cheers follows. Thrag's eyes meet mine, a playful challenge gleaming within their depths. "As you wish," he says, and with a swift motion, he spins me around, my laughter mingling with the music and the shouts of joy from our people. We come to a stop, breathless and beaming, our hands still clasped tightly together. The world around us seems to hold its breath for a moment, the noise of the celebration fading into a hushed silence. Thrag cups my face with his free hand, his touch tender. "I never thought I'd find happiness like this," he confesses. "Claire, you've given me a new purpose, a new family." My heart swells with emotion, my eyes glistening with unshed tears. And you, Thrag, have given me hope and love when I thought all was lost. Together, we've built something incredible here. Our lips meet in a kiss that is both a promise and a celebration, a seal upon the vows we exchanged earlier in the day. The villagers erupt into cheers once more, their happiness for us palpable in the air. As the night wears on, we find ourselves drawn to the modest home that I once thought I might lose. It stands as a testament to our endurance, a symbol of the life we have chosen to build together. Inside, the warmth envelops us like a comforting embrace. The walls, once bare and uninviting, are now adorned with handcrafted decorations, a fusion of human and Orcish traditions that reflects the unique bond between Thrag and me. I catch him admiring the small figurine of me that I had managed to salvage from the chaos of the battle with the Icefang clan. It sits atop a makeshift shelf. "I thought I'd lost it," he says, his voice tinged with a hint of vulnerability. "But you saved it, just as you saved me." I move to stand beside him, my gaze following his to the figurine. "We've saved each other in more ways than one," I reply softly. "This is just a small reminder of the journey we've embarked upon together." Thrag wraps an arm around me, pulling me close. His chin rests atop my head, and together we stand in silence, the quietude a welcome respite from the raucous celebration outside. In this moment, with the soft glow of the fire casting dancing shadows upon the walls of our home, I realise that my true Christmas wish has finally come true.
Chapter 39. Thrag. The fire's glow paints Claire's face with a soft, golden light. It's the kind of light that seems to make time stand still, to turn even the most ordinary moment into something magical. She looks at me with those warm eyes. "Claire," I say, "you are my heart's true desire." Her smile is like the dawn, chasing away the shadows of my past. "And you, Thrag, are my everything," she says softly. Our lips meet in a kiss that speaks of promises kept and the future we're building together. It's a kiss that seals our physical and emotional connection, a testament to the love that has grown between us against all odds. As we pull away, breathless, Claire's eyes sparkle with mischief and something more. A hunger that matches my own, Thrag, she whispers, her fingers deftly working at the laces of my pants. I want to explore you, to learn every inch of you. My member hardens at her words, throbbing with anticipation. I'm an alpha male, used to being in control, but with Claire, I find myself eager to submit to her touch, to her desire. Then do as you wish, my mate, I tell her, my voice gruff with need. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 40. Claire. The night is crisp and stars twinkle overhead. It's been almost a year since our magical wedding night. Thrag has brought me to the little abandoned cabin on the side of the settlement to show me something. My breath forms clouds in the winter air as we stand outside the doorway of the cabin. Ready? He asks, his deep voice a low rumble that sends a thrill through me. I nod, my heart fluttering with anticipation. As I'll ever be, I say softly. He opens the door and I gasp, my hand flying to my chest. The cabin, once a forgotten relic, is transformed. Candles cast dancing shadows upon the walls, and the scent of pine mingles with the warm spice of cinnamon, filling the room with the essence of the season. My eyes land on the centerpiece, a towering Christmas tree, its branches adorned with handcrafted ornaments and strung with dried berries. Garlands of evergreen entwined with holly berries drape across the mantel, and mistletoe hangs in the doorway, its presence an open invitation for stolen kisses. Thrag stands beside me, his arms crossed over his broad chest, a look of pride etched onto his face. "Merry Christmas, Claire," he says. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes as I throw my arms around him. "How did you do this?" I whisper. He chuckles. "I had a little help from our friends," he admits. "They were more than eager to bring a bit of your human tradition to life." The sound of laughter and music drifts in from outside as the villagers begin to arrive, their faces alight with joy. Children dart around the room, their eyes wide with wonder at the magical scene before them. I pull Thrag aside, away from the growing crowd. My hands tremble as I take his in mine. "You've done so much," I say, my voice barely above a whisper. It's more than I could have ever imagined." He leans down, his breath tickling my ear as he whispers, "I would move mountains for you, Claire." My heart swells, and I rise onto my toes, pressing my lips to his in a kiss that speaks of love and gratitude. We stand there, under the mistletoe, lost in each other, as the world around us fades into a blur of warmth and light. Pulling away, I glance around the room, taking in the laughter and camaraderie that fills the space. "I never thought I'd see the day when an orc would teach me the true meaning of Christmas," I say, a smile tugging at my lips. Thrag grins, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "And what meaning is that?" he asks. I squeeze his hand, my gaze meeting his. "That love can flourish in the most unexpected places, and that hope is the greatest gift of all," I say. He nods. "I may not have understood it before, but I do now. You've shown me that even in the darkest of times there is light to be found," he admits. The festivities continue throughout the night, with music and dancing, feasting and merriment. And as I look around at the faces of our friends, I realise that this unity and acceptance, this shared joy, is the true magic of the season. My heart soon thrums in my chest, a wild rhythm that matches the flickering glow of the candles around us. Thrag's hand is warm in mine as I pull him toward a quiet corner of the cabin. His amber eyes watch me curiously as I lead him away. "I have a special surprise for you too," I whisper, my voice barely audible over the din of the festivities. He tilts his head, his golden gaze filled with curiosity. "A surprise?" he asks. I nod, my smile widening. "Yes," I say, reaching into the pocket of my cloak. My fingers close around the small, handcrafted ornament I've been hiding for days. A tiny figure carved from wood, painted with delicate strokes to resemble an infant swaddled in blankets. I hold it out to him, my heart pounding with anticipation. Thrag takes the ornament from me, his brow furrowing as he examines it. "Did you make this?" he asks, his voice filled with wonder. "I did," I say, my voice trembling slightly. "But it's more than just a decoration, Thrag." He looks up at me, his eyes questioning. I take a deep breath, the words I've been rehearsing for days caught in my throat. "You're going to be a father," I say softly, watching his face for any sign of reaction. For a moment, he's completely still, his eyes wide with shock. Then, a slow smile spreads across his face, his eyes shining with unshed tears. "A father," he repeats, his voice choked with emotion. "Claire, you've made me the happiest being alive." Before I can respond, he lifts me off the ground, spinning me around as laughter bubbles from my lips. His joy is infectious, filling the room with warmth. He sets me down gently, his hands cradling my face as he gazes into my eyes. "I love you, Claire," he says. "I love you too," I whisper, my heart swelling with love for this incredible orc who has become my everything. Our lips meet in another kiss that seals our eternal love, a promise of forever. The world around us fades into the background as our hearts beat as one. Thrag pulls away slightly, his eyes roaming over my face with a tenderness that takes my breath away. "We're going to have a family," he says, his voice filled with wonder. I nod, tears of joy streaming down my cheeks. "Yes," I say, laughing through my tears. He takes my hand, placing it over his heart. "I never knew I could feel this much joy," he admits, his voice thick with emotion. "You've given me a gift beyond measure, Claire." I lean into him, my hand resting on the gentle swell of my belly. "We're in this together," I say, my voice steady despite the tears that continue to fall. "We'll build a life for our child, filled with love and laughter and all the magic of Christmas."